चालू है स्ट्रीम। अपने को ग्रुप 2 देखना था ना।
सुमन को पता है, सुमन का गया तो बाप रे 3 ऐड साहब। यस हो गया चलो।
इसका बी टीम का है। अटक अटक अटक। अटक अटक के क्यों चल रहा है रे?
ये डिस्कॉर्ड में तो कुछ नहीं कर रहा ना, इसमें तो कुछ
सब लोग आए क्या? कहाँ गए सबके सब? 2 मिनट आ गए बे वेलो वेले।
पता नहीं कहाँ गई।
ऐसे टाइम पे तो वेलो 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 करते रहते हैं।
मैंने तो ग्रुप में वो भी डाल दिया है और टैग कर दिया।
ए राजरोमी आओ।
कहाँ गया था रे? कब से बुला रहा हूँ।
बोला तो कॉल आ रहा है, अभिषेक का फोन है। लाइव करो। लाइव तो करो राज भाई।
उधर से देख, थोड़ी वॉचिंग तो बढ़ेगी, फिर बाद में देखने था।
अरे वहां तो चल रहा है, वहां चल रहा है। YouTube पे ऑन करके बैठा हूँ मैं, फाइल लोड नहीं देख रहा है। क्या रे फायर?
क्या
तेरा
से
काला।
पहले मेरा कमेंट है स्ट्रीम पे। नहीं देख रहा।
कमेंट करने से कुछ नहीं होता है भाई।
देख रहा हूँ मैं भाई, 3 ऐड आ चुका था भाई एक इसमें।
YouTube प्रीमियम यूज करो भाई।
नहीं रैक्स पे इनकम होगा। YouTube प्रीमियम नहीं देखा नहीं।
YouTube प्रीमियम में भी होता है।
नहीं होता।
कौन बोला?
होता है।
तो क्या साला, हम लोग पैसा दे रहे हैं ना ऐड हटाने के लिए, और राजरोमियो का थोड़ी ना गलती है।
राजरोमियो ऑलवेज टॉप।
राजरोमियो का एक ही गलती है, राजरोमियो यूट्यूबर बना है। बहुत बड़ा गलती किया है।
हाँ हो गई गलती।
वो भी गलती नहीं है, वो इंडियन यूट्यूबर है, ये गलती है।
ए चल हो गया।
अरे कौन सा लगाए हो, 100 थीव्स या बीबीएल वाला?
100 थीव्स।
ओके, 100 थीव्स वर्सेस RRQ। इसके बाद है मेन अपना मैच।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Hello.
Now imagine an entire city
मैं
being
मॉड हूँ
built
इस
to
चैनल पे, मेरे को भूल
supercharge
गया
it.
था।
Kadir City, powered by Play.
सब है।
Lenovo Legion।
अपने को इसका ही करना है ना अभी 100।
हाँ 100 थीव्स दिखते हैं ना।
रंचिरोल
चिरोल भी है, स्पॉन्सर किया।
कौन सा? स्ट्रीम सही तो चल रही है ना लाइव?
हाँ अच्छा चल रहा है मैं देखूंगा। क्या यार, प्राइम फायर लॉर्ड यूज करके बैठ गया।
OBS बॉट नया कैमरा है क्या?
OBS बॉट ये लेना पड़ेगा क्या राज भाई? आप
वैलोरेंट वालों को बोलना पड़ेगा, दिला दो।
फेकर
बढ़िया है, बढ़िया है, बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया। इंट्रो तो जबरदस्त दे दिया इन्होंने।
इंट्रो यहाँ लग रहा है वर्ल्ड कप चल रहा है।
वर्ल्ड कप। अबे ऐसा वर्ल्ड कप है, मैंने दूसरा कुछ लगाया थंबनेल में।
ओ
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We're live and I'm coming at you straight on. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and this is the very first day of Valorant at the Esports World Cup 2026. I want to welcome you all in and introduce my desk. We have the incredible Athena alongside my man Mitch, better known as Pilsky in this world. Pilsky, I want to start with you. We are in Paris, not Riyadh, for our third year of the EWC. What's the vibe been?
इस बार पेरिस में हो रहा है ना?
पिछली बार रियाद में होता। हाँ
इसकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
ये क्या है भाई, पता चलेगा इनको।
Athena, they're still building all around us. We just took over the expo. We are in week 0, but we're already starting with the group stages in Valorant. So for anyone who hasn't been around the Valorant scene for a minute, what are the big storylines coming into the weekend?
Oh man, there is so many. For me, I'm looking at our first matchup, 100 Thieves. It's their first time being on a global stage with this roster, but also from Americas. MIBR, first time being in a globals as well. So it's really interesting to see how they play out. And of course, all these teams that couldn't make it through and win that Masters London are back. Some of them trying to claim a championship trophy.
Yeah, we were talking to Baby Bay as he was warming up yesterday. He's like, oh yeah, G2, we bombed out of London. This is our London. Yeah. They are focused and they know they should be because it's a $2 million prize pool. If you don't know how the format is going to work, though, let's walk you through all of the competition here at the Esports World Cup. It's coming here in just a moment. Lock in 16 teams, $2 million. It's going to be amazing.
$10 थोड़ा कम हो गया
format going into the playoffs. We did have kicking off just last year for Valorant, and that was very exciting. Some of the teams that we've got playing in this very opening game both did unfortunately bomb out in the group stages, so they've got a little bit of a run to be making here to go forward in towards this group stage, just starting off in the first matchup.
We got it ready for you. Take your first look at the format here at the Esports World Cup.
Valorant is back at the Esports World Cup for a second year, and this time everything is bigger and better. We've added an entire extra week of competition, made sure all matches are at least a best of 3, and added an extra $750,000 to the prize pool to bring it up to $2 million. You don't want to miss a single second of this. 16 of the world's best teams have earned a spot here at the Esports World Cup. As the EWC 2025 winner, Team Heretics from EMEA have been invited back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, Paper Rex from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second-place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage. Lose 2, and you head home early. All group stage matches will be a best of 3. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination playoffs. Matches here will also be a best of 3, until we reach the grand final where 2 teams will face off in an epic best of 5. There will also be a third-place decider match played just before the grand final. That's everything you need to know, so let's jump straight into action. It's time to kick off Valorant at EWC 2026.
Awesome breakdown right there, and it's pretty simple stuff. You got to survive 2 match wins out of the groups. If you make it there, you're playing in the playoffs where you're guaranteed some serious cash. We got Athena and Mitch to break everything down. And Pilsky, I want to talk a little bit about the teams feeling pressure because some of the squads got invites at the start of the year. They knew they were coming into EWC. But you were casting qualifiers up until last week. What has it been like for some of the squads getting here?
I mean, it's a very different road for a lot of the different squads. Some of the squads have come straight off the back of a Masters event. They will not have had time to prep, whereas some other teams, as you mentioned, G2, for example, they might have had a little bit more time. They might be looking at this event with full prep, full focus. Some of the teams coming through the qualifiers will have had plenty of time to study up on their opponents and see what they've been prepping for this event. So it's going to be about some teams just trying to tread water a little bit, whereas some teams are going to be coming into it very, very well prepared.
All different ways to get here, but ultimately it's about 4 teams per region. Athena, let's talk about how it broke down, though, in our group. Starting with Group A, this could be the group of death, according to some of the people backstage. Talk to me about our squads we're going to see on the main stage open up.
Yeah, I mean, the first matchup, we're going to see 100 Thieves versus RRQ. I think this makes a lot of sense because both these teams are so good. I mean, when I'm watching them play, it's been phenomenal, but it's also been like they've been one step behind from making it to any of those globals and kind of proving themselves. But also with BBL and EG, both these teams were looking to see more from them.
इसके बाद वाले मैच में मजा आएगा.
Sort of proof on the stage.
इसके बाद वाला मैच तो और भी अच्छा है. 100 Thieves versus Team RRQ. Sachin, कैसा है भाई? Welcome, welcome.
Best teams in the world. They were coming in full force to try to represent China, you know, as well as possible. Because some of the other Chinese teams, I don't know how much faith you can have. XLG definitely right there. All gamers earlier on in the year had a really good run coming into an international event, but seeded ahead unfortunately fell flat a little bit.
So keep it a buck. Who's the top team in this group? Who is the dark horse or the biggest underdog?
What 100 teams
That's hard.
I got EDG as my top team. BBL is pretty good. Dark horse, I'm going to have to say RRQ.
Really? 100 Thieves? For me, it's EDG for sure, and then 100 Thieves.
हमारी आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही
So
स्ट्रीम
you
पे?
guys are choosing each other.
बता देना हमारी आवाज अगर नहीं आ रही होगी तो.
You'll never catch me choosing Americans. Are you serious?
Sorry about that. My bad. All right, so that is a look at what's going down in Group A. We also have our second round of matches coming from Group B, and you said this could be where the people are most
श्रेयांश भाई नहीं आए यार.
We are going to see
कुछ
so many
बताएंगे
great
थोड़ा
games.
सिखाएंगे.
All best of threes was the biggest
अरे
chance. So how
श्रेयांश भाई
does
आ
that
गए मेन
affect your
खिलाड़ी
gameplay
हमारे.
coming into the group
श्रेयांश
stages?
भाई any comment?
उसको लाइव करो.
यहीं पे हूँ मैं भाई तब भी.
मैंने देखा नहीं ना.
भाई RRQ ने जेंजी को हराया था लास्ट समन. लास्ट में जेंजी को हराया उसने.
जेंजी को तो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स में भी हराया था श्रेयांश.
तो ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स अरे तो नहीं तो उस समय नहीं है. जेंजी को भी हराया और उसको भी हराया ना. DRX को भी हराया. अब वो भी ऐसा नहीं 3-2 हराया और 2-0 हराया.
Always lead to maybe some more random upsets. Maybe one team is able to veto down onto a map that they're very comfortable on, whereas across a bigger sample size they might struggle against a stronger team. So I think there's going to be less parity. You're definitely going to get the best teams heading through from the groups in towards playoffs.
दोनों अच्छी टीम है.
दोनों अच्छी टीम है.
अगर क्रायो अच्छा खेला ना चेंबर पे या तो असुना खेला तो.
In La Defense Arena, and we witnessed the Gentlemates who are going to be competing in a number of EWC games, going wild for their squad.
कौन-कौन है? क्रायो है, बैंग है, वोरा है, असुना है और टीमाटिनो है. ये 5 लोग हैं 100 Thieves के. और RRQ के कौन है?
मोनियट होगा RRQ में.
Actually, no, I'm not an expert on this. Personally,
मोनियट क्रेजी क्राई
but in terms of fan bases, I mean, I'm actually not sure. I know, regardless though, that there's going to be
आप किस पे चेक करते हो ये सब स्टैट्स?
उन्होंने जो दिया
आपको बताया सुमन स्टैट्स वाला?
नहीं मेरे को दिया है उन्होंने.
इनको दिया है ना.
RRQ में जेमकिन है, ज़ैन है, क्रेजी गाय, एक्सफेरो.
ज़ैन तो वो है ना सब है.
नहीं प्लेयर में 5 प्लेयर है.
अरे टोटल 6 प्लेयर हैं.
नहीं मेरे इसमें 5 दिखा रहे और 2 कोच दिखा रहे.
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना वो ज़ैन तो अभी आया ना. वो तो खेला ही नहीं कभी.
ये देखो.
अरे मेरे
last year, I don't even think they were necessarily considered to be the
अब
favorite to
वो
win
सब
that event
ठीक
either.
है,
I think they were a bit of a
इसमें
dark
ना
horse that
लिस्ट
went
में
on a
वो
really good run and
सब्स्टिट्यूट
had
भी हो
a
सकता है
really
ना,
good
वैसा
purple
नहीं।
patch of form to be able
मैं कह
to
रहा हूँ
run
कि
the
जैन अभी
gauntlet
तक
all the way
खेला
through
नहीं
that
इन
last
लोग के लिए,
EWC
मैं
Cup.
वैसा
देखते हैं ना
कह
कौन
And I
आएगा,
think that
देखते
they
हैं।
still are a very
एक
stacked,
वीएल एक
interesting
और साइड
roster,
खोलो,
but in the
वीएलआर खोलो,
EMEA, there's just
जो
so much
वैलो
talent,
का
so
वो
much
मेन है।
competition that they've been struggling a little bit to make it all the way in towards those
वो
international
सब ठीक है,
qualifications.
वीएलआर खोलो
I
पर
think for me, when I'm thinking
VLR
about the people that I'm looking forward to most,
हाँ,
it's
ये
Paper
वैलो
Rex.
का
It's
वो
those
है, सब
players that I
सब
think
कुछ
kind of
यहाँ पे आप
struggled a
चेक
little bit in
करो,
London
सबके
to
That's a
get
good
that
opinion.
कौन सा
final.
लास्ट
Yeah,
मैच
it's
कब
me,
खेला,
Paper Rex.
राइट में जाओ,
Big
EWC
fan. No, I
राइट
think
में,
they're the ones that I'm
राइट
going to
राइट
be
राइट वो
watching
लेफ्ट है,
personally. I
राइट
don't think Team
हाँ,
Heretics
EWC
is kind of really
इसमें
proven
पहले मैच पे
themselves
क्लिक
to
करो,
be up there, to be in that standard. That is, if they do end
यहाँ
up
देखो आप
having
स्टैट्स
a
देख
crazy
सकते
run
हो
again,
क्या
which they've
किधर
done
है,
before,
किधर कौन
I
मैच
wouldn't be
जीतेगा, सब
surprised
कुछ
if
यहाँ
And you got no
सबके
live
स्टैट्स
to
देख
do,
सकते
right?
हो,
So
कितना
no,
वो
no,
है,
no.
नीचे नीचे आओ, स्क्रॉल करो,
At the end of your Valorant tournament,
कितना
as we
किस
continue
मैच पे
with
कितना
our
किल
group
है, कितना
discussion,
डेथ
let's
है,
bring
सब
up
कुछ
more
देख सकते हो,
graphics and
लास्ट
show you
मैच
who
देख
all is
सकते हो
in the
सबके,
competition. The
राइट में
Gemmates
देखो
and
100
XLG
उसका
will
लाउड ऑफ
be in
फ्यूरिया,
Group C a little
लेफ्ट
bit
में
later, and I'm
जेनजी
told we
का,
can cover that tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. We know the prize money's $2 million. We know we've got 16 teams, and we're starting with groups on 2 different streams. So, Athena, if you're just dialing in, do you need to open up 2 different windows? Which is the more important matchup to start the day?
Absolutely. I think you got to watch both matches.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
me personally,
Left,
this
left,
has nothing to do with the
RRQ.
bias about me being from Americas and being on the Americas stream, but I
100
think
Thieves का तो सही
this
चल रहा है।
first match, 100 Thieves, is going to be my favorite to watch.
100
with
थी फ्यूरी
RRQ,
अच्छा मैच
because,
था,
again,
लाउड तो
both these
खराब है,
teams, they've
लाउड तो
struggled to prove themselves, and I think this
अच्छा
is
नहीं
going
है।
to be kind of one where it's a battle of creativity
इसको
and
भी
a
रख देता
battle
हूँ
of the
टैब
maps
में,
just to make sure kind of they
क्योंकि
can
वो
work
हर
with what they have,
वो
'cause
स्टैट्स के बाद वो चेंज
100
होता
Thieves for
रहेगा
me
ना,
never made a
मतलब
global,
यहाँ सब
especially
स्कोर
this
देख सकते हो
iteration of the
लोगों के,
roster. Asuna, who's
Minimize
been
कर
on
दो
the
राजू
roster
में।
for so long, hasn't been able to kind of prove himself in a global either. So I'm really expecting
तो
to
देखना
see
क्या चाहता है?
something cooked up from here, considering they're one of the most creative teams to come out from America.
Excellent answer there. And as
Live
we're
चल
getting
रहा है
ready for this
इसीलिए बोला
matchup,
मैं।
I'm
नहीं
told
तो लाइव में नहीं
we
दिख रहा
can
देखने
look
के
at
लिए
our
क्या है?
लाइव में नहीं
players.
दिख
लाइव में
रहा,
नहीं
Do
चल
us the
रहा था।
honors. The
नहीं, नहीं,
RRQ
नहीं।
boys are on the stage first.
ऐसा
So
बोलना
who
था।
is the squad representing the Pacific tonight?
I mean,
मेरे को लगा
they're
लाइव
kind
में
of the
फिर नहीं
team that
दिखा
has
रहे हो।
always struggled when it
और
comes to
RRQ
internationals. They did
इंडोनेशिया
manage
की
to take
टीम
a
है
Pacific
रहता है।
title last
अबे
year, so
फायर
they
लॉर्ड
very
सब
much
तेरे जैसा
always
नहीं
proved
होता।
domestically that they are some of the very best in the
क्या
region.
हुआ?
You've got Jem
मैंने
in the
क्या बोला?
duelist role. He might be one of the
मैं
best
यार,
duelists in
yeah.
Pacific.
सही
He is
बोला
definitely a
तू।
player
तेरे
to
को
watch.
टोचन
As
देना
well as
पड़ेगा
Xfero,
रू।
who is
इसमें
arguably
रशियन
the
भी है
best
RRQ
in the
में,
whole league. They have 2 really big heavy hitters. and they've got
रशियन
a
भी है,
great
रशियन
squad
भी
of
है
players
और
as
एक
well. They start with
वियतनाम
really
है,
the rest of the roster.
हर
Gushi is a
खतरनाक
very up
टीम
and
में
down
रशियन
player, and
रहता
then
ही
they've
है।
just added a new player. They are
और
replacing
100
Wonyet
Thieves
with
में 2
Sam.
कैनेडियन है,
Overall, that's going to be a really good swap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be ready for this international stage and this level of competition.
Now, what I was going to ask, though, is I know they've struggled internationally, but that could have
Yes,
been in front
क्या
of
बोल
an
रहे थे भाई?
audience. Today, you're in group stages with no fans. This feels like you are practicing at a normal studio or even
No
at your
fans.
home boot
मतलब
camp. It's a
फाइनल में
very,
होता है क्या
I guess,
फैंस फैंस
calm
के साथ?
atmosphere in the venue.
I
हाँ
would
वो
love to
जब
agree with you, but they were here
सितंबर
last year at
अक्टूबर वाला जो
EWC
होता
in the
है
exact same environment.
City
Guess
Pacific
what?
का
They
टिकट
bombed
आज
out of
मिल
the
रहा
groups.
था, सोचा
In
खरीद
saying
लूं।
that though, so did 100 Thieves.
वीजा मेरे
Different
को कोई
roster
दिला
this
दो।
year, but some of the same players.
1000
So
रुपए
one
का
of
ये
these
टिकट
2
ज्यादा
teams, I
महंगा
mean,
नहीं
this
है।
game will be very important for
कोरियन
one of these
15,000
organizations
कोरियन
who
वो है।
also do compete in
साला
other
मैं
games at
गूगल
EWC.
किया,
RRQ's
दिखा रहा
got
था
teams
1000
in
रुपए
other
का ये
games.
एक टिकट।
They want to at least make it through the group stage here, and this
मुझे
first
तो
win
फ्री
is
में
going
दे
to be
रहे थे
super important.
नाम लिखने
Especially when you're staring down the barrel of an EDG, I believe, on the other
वीजा
side
दिला
of things,
दो
or maybe a BBL.
फ्री में भी नहीं जा
That's
सकते।
potentially the harder game compared to this first one, in my opinion.
Coach is getting us fired up on the 100 Thieves side.
रेफरी आ गया,
It is your turn. Who is
साला
this beautiful
बैंग
man with
बैंग
the
आ
blonde
गया
hair in the
इधर
front?
100 Thieves में।
Beautiful man
वो
with
तो
the
कब
blonde
का है
hair.
ना,
I didn't
उधर
get
से
to
सेंस
see,
से
but
निकला तो
I'm
इधर ही
looking
है ना,
at- oh, you're
और
talking
इधर
about
का था ही
Cryo.
बैंक पहले ही
Like
100
the
टीम
little
का था।
blonde
Of course,
streak in
he's
हाँ वो
there.
तो पता है वो तो।
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
जैसे में घुसा
Cryo
था।
for me is one of the players to watch. Maybe the player to watch match for this roster. There's so many hard hitters, but he's
Bank controller
consistently
खेलेगा
really good.
Asuna
Always striking out, being really phenomenal on the Senti role.
फिर उसके बाद
especially when he
क्रायो
switches over to
सेंटिनल
that
खेलता
chamber.
है
When they've done that, they've done a really good job
वोरा
at enabling
इनिशिएटर
him, making
खेलेगा
him take that space, being aggressive with his operator, and he's held the lines for his team. But of course,
टीमो
the
टीनो
rest of
क्या
the
खेलता है
roster,
टीमो
they're
टीनो भी
all
हाँ ड्यूलिस्ट
so
ही खेलता
good.
है
I'm looking at
EWC
Vora
का
as the
स्टेज
ideal.
का
I think
वो
he's
बहुत
absolutely phenomenal.
क्लोज
And
नहीं है
Asuna as well,
ये भी
who's
ग्रुप
been on
स्टेज
this
है
roster for
शायद
so,
I wanted to
so
ask you about
long.
that because
Yeah.
I
ओ
started with
इन्होंने
Valorant
इन्होंने
as a
एक
caster,
नया
and
चीज
Asuna
ऐड
was
किया
in
जो
all of
वैलो
the
में
games,
होने
right? He was the
वाला
star. You'd watch
लियो
him on
करे
Raze,
होने
Bind,
वाला
he would
था
just blow you apart. Is
क्या?
he
वो देखो
still the
टेबल
star
से थोड़ा सा
fragger?
वैसे
Is he the
उठाया
one to
गया ना
lead
कि
the
लोग
team when it
एक
comes to
दूसरे का
kills?
हाथ ना देख
So
सकें
he's not the
कि
star fragger
बंदा
right now.
डिफ्यूज कर रहा है कि क्या कर रहा है
Is
फेक
the
कर रहा है
duelist. That being said, Asuna
वो
has
ईथन वाला
been
नहीं हुआ
the
था
best flex player, I think,
वैसा
in all
देखना
of
अब टेबल
Americas
के
right
सामने
now.
उन्होंने
He's
ऐसे
been playing
एक
Sage,
बना
he's been
दिया है
playing
थोड़ा सा
Neon,
उठा
he's
के
been playing Phoenix, he's
कि हाथ
literally
ना
been
दिखे
doing almost
few different play
everything.
styles in that group.
Few different play styles. We've actually asked him a lot of times, like, how do you deal with so many play styles? But for him, it just comes naturally. That being said,
ये कर रहा है ये भाई.
Neon, him and Timotino have such good synergy.
Meditation कर रहे हैं सबके सब.
Double duelist, and he can definitely get up there with the frags. I feel like towards the end of stage 1, that's when he really started performing.
I'm a little worried about some jet lag setting in. How you feeling about your Pacific crew? Okay.
Most cool, collected player. I don't think I've ever seen him raise his voice above a 5. And I think on the other side of things to Cryo, stylistically, they play very similarly. These are two players that have played the duelists, that have played Jet in the past. They flex onto Chamber and Sentinel at times. They like to play a slower play style. I described Jemkin when they won stage 1 as kind of like the Terminator. Like he's always coming for you.
He's recharging right now.
But he's not necessarily, but he's very dangerous if he catches up to you.
Team A बहुत ज़्यादा देख रहे हैं.
I think that really is very much his style. He's a very dangerous player when he's able to
दूसरा स्ट्रीम लोग ज़्यादा देख रहे हैं.
We've got our players ready to go. We are just moments away from map 1. And reminder, it is not best of ones. We've increased the prize pool by $750,000, and we've increased the match length by at least 1 map. Let's talk about the distance. Will we get to a game 3? And Athena, walk me through how we're getting to game number 1. What map did they choose?
I mean, this makes sense. We have the map veto. RRQ did ban Split, which makes a lot of sense against 100 Thieves. They've had a lot of success.
दूसरा किसका है? Edward Gaming and BBL
has followed up, banning that Lotus, leaving RRQ with that first pick. They did pick Ascent, which I want to know your thoughts on that. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, it's a map that they've doubled into players. They've done across various different metas with mixed success. So we'll see how it's going to go for them. I think these vetoes between international teams that don't play each other from different regions are always very tricky territory. I even remember going in as a coach to an international event and thinking, I've just got my best 3 maps in the veto, got like 13-6, 2-0. You know, like sometimes you have a certain read that you have a very good comfortability on a certain map. How the other team plays in their region, you lack the context for the regional strengths of some of the other teams and how they might be performing. So we'll see how the Ascent mix goes for them. We're getting into the agent select for that particular map here. Is this kind of what you were expecting on the defense here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Asuna has been phenomenal on this Phoenix. We haven't seen him play that much Ascent yet when it came to it. So kind of interesting. I could have expected a Sage. Knowing Asuna, he's had a lot of these opportunities just as insert that Sage into it. But the Phoenix makes a lot of sense. The double duelist for this team has genuinely been phenomenal. And I'm really excited to see Timothy on the Jet take that space. I think this comp is pretty standard, pretty meta. So it makes a lot of sense. But on the other side, I see a Sage.
RRQ, they like to, get a little bit tricky sometimes. That'll be an interesting one to see as they go through their attack side here. It is naturally going to be a bit of a slower comp. You don't have as much kind of punching power as something like a Phoenix. It's going to be a little bit harder to work the map. You're working towards a main or B or taking mid. A lot of the time, a blaze wall and a curve ball goes a long way to making progress. But RRQ is just a comp of a bunch of guys with guns. There's going to have to be a little bit more contact. They're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic that they're picking Sage against the Asuna Sage. That's been the one that's coming up with a lot of these walls. I don't know if you
they're thinking about that. I don't think they care about that.
Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny little hole and
everyone
was doing it? I'm just saying, he's the first Sage. He's got that on lock. So it's kind of interesting to see. But again, starting on attack, it's kind of rough with that.
I mean, it's always going to be rough. That is the HLP with Ascent in a lot of ways a very defensive side of map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story. But that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully they can try to win the pistol.
एनर्जी के साथ हुआ था उसके बाद
BBL
आउट हो गया था
maybe they'll be a little bit more comfortable. I think it's interesting that Jovi is the coach of RRQ here though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform because he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more actively than some other people in Pacific. That's going to give him a good read on what 100 Thieves likes to do.
उसके बाद फिर 7:30 बजे भी तो चालू होगा ना एक और मेन.
He's been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually worked with him personally on a personal level on FlyQuest when he he was in charge of that Game Changers roster, and he's so good at understanding the fundamentals of the game and making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really good at anti-stratting, and that's what I'm
इसकी आंखें फड़क रही है भाई हर बार जब भी देख रहा हूँ मैं उसको.
They are very good.
रशियन है भाई
वो रशियन है वो.
And I think too, for me, when I'm looking at the Phoenix, when I'm looking at the team, it is kind of scary when they do switch over and switch sides.
ये तो कैनेडियन देख रहा है.
Anywhere on either side of the map with that Sage, with that Phoenix.
ये कौन है?
ये तो बैंग है ना.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it
कहाँ हाथ के पास कहाँ उठा है? नहीं उठा है.
इसका डीपी लगाया है
मैंने. But that's where Ascent, I mean, you're going to have to be able to keep the defense honest. You're going to have to be working those main controls and be able to have many threats on the map, forcing out the Sage.
अपने मोबाइल में चालू कर दो रे. कम से कम यार 5 बंदे तो देखे स्ट्रीम.
मैं तो देख ही रहा हूँ.
अगली बार तो वॉचिंग वो एक की क्यों आ रही है फिर? मैं भी तो देख रहा हूँ. ये तो पागल हो गया क्या?
Question of whether he has the best read at the time. Can run into a bit of a brick wall at times, but very.
मेरे को एक की वॉचिंग क्यों दिख रही है?
मेरे को भी तो एक की वॉचिंग क्यों दिख रही है?
मेरा पीसी में भी चल रहा है मोबाइल में.
चैट करना है क्या?
चैट करना पड़ता है तो चैट करना पड़ता है.
Have a whole lot of experience. He has played at Ascension and things like that at the past within the APAC region, but at an international event we haven't seen this player. He's going to be debuting in replacing Mon yet, but in general RRQ a very
बहुत बढ़िया स्कार भाई यार. वेलकम राजरोमियो. मजा आ रहा है बहुत बढ़िया.
to be able to make some comebacks and things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because on the other side of the roster, other side of the stage, you have Bang, who has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons why 100 Thieves has had a good
अरे भाई आपका तो प्रमोशन हो गया. बस मिला है भाई. अच्छे खासे आए बंदे तो फिर कंटिन्यू रहेगा, नहीं तो फिर वल्ला अभी भी हो जाएगा.
Genuinely one of the best clutchers and so far one of the best controller anchors I've seen in Americas too. This roster, it's so confusing to me when I'm thinking about their group stage run, when I'm thinking about how they performed in Americas, because on paper individuals they're so good, everyone's so phenomenal at their role, and I just haven't seen them perform the way that I wanted to.
I think it's a similar story for both of these teams actually. Like both of these teams are reasonably stacked. Yeah, there's some question marks in some of the roles or in certain matchups and things like that, but you know, I'm looking at 100 Thieves placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that. I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just can't seem to get into the top couple. That can sometimes be the very best teams, or when you're running into a team that's on a really, really good run of form. I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nong.
अरे मत.
वो भी बढ़िया मैच चल रहा है एडीजी और बीबीएल वाला. वही देख लगा वो पैस के. इतना टाइम लग रहा है चालू होने में.
I think Smoggy is a
अबे ये भी चालू नहीं हुआ क्या?
ये भी चालू होने का.
Filling in multiple roles, like I think he's one of the few players that I can say that you go into
50-50 की रिश्वत भेजिए तो सबको मैं भी देखूं फिर कैसे नहीं आएगा.
Okay, and what does he play on Breeze? Harbor. Yeah, cool. Name
इनका तो एजेंट वगैरह भी
परमिशन किसने दिया?
Okay, I've named another one.
वो सामने से आया था.
There's not many, so I think that you do lose quite a lot.
मैं भाई बहुत आलसी है. मैं कुछ करता नहीं हूँ. सामने से आता है बस मैं अप्लाई करता हूँ मिल जाता है. मैंने गलती की. मेरे को बीजीएमआई का नहीं था शायद. पबजी का है ना इसमें. पबजी का भी लेना था. पबजी नहीं चलता है ना इंडिया में. बीजीएमआई का भी है ना शायद इधर इसमें ईसीडब्ल्यू में. अबे तो चालू होने का ये तो वही देख लेते ना.
कोई भी देखो चालू तो हो ही नहीं रहा है. इतना टाइम ले रहा है ये लोग. क्या कर रहा है?
मेरा पीसी हैंग हो जाएगा इसके वजह से भाई.
हो रहा ना. टेक चेक हो रहा होगा ना.
ग्रुप भी है ना.
At the bracket and seeing EDG versus BBL, both of those teams are going to be a nightmare to play. EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no pushover either. We already saw them earlier on in
कौन सी कंपनी का हेडफोन है
the Masters event of this year. Do quite well.
अभी वो दिखाया ना. क्या दिखाया था अभी?
उसमें नहीं है ये.
Foot kind of eclipsed them a little bit this time around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah,
OBS bot ऐसा कुछ था ना. वो तो कैमरा था.
कैमरा था वो.
For me, my
कोई लोगों को नहीं है शायद. स्पॉन्सर नहीं किया होगा इसका.
अरे कस्टम भी हो सकता है.
कस्टम भी हो सकता है.
स्पॉन्सर नहीं किया होगा इतना बड़ा चीज को.
नहीं हेडफोन वाले ने नहीं किया होगा.
अरे नहीं तो हेडफोन पहने.
स्पॉन्सर देखो ना पीछे ना. फ्लाई साउदिया, क्रंचीरोल, लेनोवो, HTC.
They are very, very good internationally. They always struggle, and they
शेयर में साला टीम
all
सीक्रेट.
of their games
क्या
internationally.
प्ले कर रहे हैं क्या?
It's caused me great pain.
At least they've made it soon enough.
Yeah.
आज भाई एग्जाम देने जाते हो
and we can have a conversation about
एग्जाम
maybe if
लिखने से
100
पहले
Thieves would
थोड़ा
have
सा
done a little bit
मन
better
को
or
शांत
not.
कर लेते हो ना
Been a while since we
ये
saw
बाल
100
सीधा
Thieves
लिखने
win
लग
America.
जाते हो
सीधा लिखने लग
For
जाता
RRQ,
हूँ।
at least you could only go back a couple of
इसीलिए फेल
stages
हुए
and
थे
they've
क्या
already taken a title
पता है
for
ना
themselves. So
कुछ भी नहीं आता।
look, maybe they're not necessarily making it into the top couple. Part of that is down to, you know, T1 Super Team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. Paper X is always just good. It's a hard, you know, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific. So yeah.
भाई $20 लाख मिलने वाले कम थोड़ी ना है।
Looking at these maps, at least, so we've got Ascent first.
कितना
That
अपन ने
is
कितना गिने थे
RRQ's
इंडियन
pick.
रुपीस में?
Then 100 Thieves, they've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually
top
surprised about.
clear
I
को
don't know how
5.5
you
करोड़।
feel about this, but
5
seeing
करोड़।
that RRQ hasn't had the best of
5.2
success on Breeze,
Total
and seeing
कितना
that
था? 20
100
करोड़।
Thieves has done phenomenal.
हाँ, लगभग
Essentially,
वही।
every time they've
18
picked Breeze, I'm
18
really
17
surprised that
18
they let that through.
पकड़ के
I
चलो।
think that
कितना
Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has
अपने
been very good
क्रिकेट
on
में
Breeze.
कितने रुपए के
Some of the
मिलते हैं?
officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way.
भाई मैप
Kickoff in
सबका
particular,
सेम है क्या?
they were the team in the upper
नहीं
bracket
उसमें लिखा
game.
हुआ
नहीं
था
भैया।
ना चेंज कर सकते
हाँ,
हैं।
निकल गया। Ascent, Breeze, Heaven।
Of kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year.
इसमें
And
आ
they
गया
lost
क्या?
every time on Breeze. Since then,
हाँ
they
VLR
have kind of
में आ
mixed
जाता है ना
things up.
पहले।
I like the fact that they're kind of playing
Ascent पे फिर Breach पे
KO
फिर
Harbor
Heaven
comp
पे।
at the moment. I think it allows them to mid round quite nicely. I like the way that they
यार,
play
और इसमें
KO,
देखो
so
ना
I think
पिक
it is quite a
जो
good
लिखा है ना
matchup
देखो
for
मैप
them.
के बगल
I
में
wanna
पिक
see if they
लिखा है तो
rejig things
किसका
a
मैप
little
हो
bit,
जैसे
though, in terms of their
एसेंट
comp in
पे
particular. We
एसेंट
had
RRQ
Breeze
का
because
मैप है
previously they did have Monyet
दिख रहा है
playing
ना?
the Harbor. He was okay on it, a little bit up and down, but Zan mixed into this roster is definitely a neon guy.
Breach
and
भी
Jekyll is
RRQ
not
का
a
है।
neon guy.
हैं?
He kind of just fills in
ए
where they need to.
शानू
So I'm wondering which one of those two things is going
अच्छा
to take
Breach
Ascent
or whether
Breach
they'll
Thieves
actually
ने
just
लिया
move
है।
in a completely different direction
Heaven
and start playing
Heaven
double duelist again. I wouldn't be surprised
Heaven
to
किसी
see
ने
a
नहीं
lot
लिया।
of Jet Neon from
हेवन
RRQ.
डिसाइडर
Dude, I
मैप है
would
ना
love a
तो
double
अच्छा।
duelist, double duelist match.
वो
जो
Because
जीतेगा
on the
उसका।
other side, they've been
नहीं
doing that. They've
देखो
वो
been
अपने
वो
winning
हिसाब
it
से
too, which is kind of
नहीं
crazy
वैसे नहीं होता
considering as
जैसे
soon as
पहले
KO
एक
was
टीम
also
टॉस
really,
होता
really
है
good in
एक
Americas,
टीम
but
एक एक मैप
switched
बैन
over to that
करेगा ठीक
Phoenix
है
to that Jet. I don't know if they're going to keep that
तो एक एक
essentially
मैप बैन
today,
करेगा
but from
उसके
what I've
बाद
seen, it's where they found their success.
बैन के
They're
बाद
so good
एक
at
जो
those
टीम होगी वो
aggressive
सेलेक्ट
plays.
करेगा
They're
पहला
really
मैप
good at
फिर
setting
दूसरा
up a
मैप
lot of these
सेलेक्ट
little
करेगा
mini
फिर
trap
एक एक
plays
मैप बैन
and
करेगा
denying a lot
फिर
of
जो
the
लास्ट
map
में एक मैप
control
बच
because
जाता है वो
even on their
डिसाइडर मैप हो
defensive
जाता
side,
है
they've taken a lot
वैसे
of that
अपन
map
किस में
control
देख रहे थे रे
towards
तभी
that
ऐसा ही
game. They're using their
सुमन
resources there to be able to fight, to be
अरे
able to push
VLR में
back the
देखे
other
थे
team and
वो
not
VLR ही
make
तो
it
है
easy. But moving on to that
वो
third
VLR
map,
पे
we
क्लिक
have
करो
the Haven, which is the decider.
नहीं अपन
which
यहाँ
for
पे देखा था ना
me,
एक ऐसा ही
you're
पिकअप
smiling right
पिकअप
now. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, it's just stock standard
Pick'em
RRQ,
था
really. It's
Yeah.
just like
हाँ
dead in the middle of the map
ये
pool. I think this is a lot of vetoes, to be honest. I swear
Yeah.
to God, Haven is a third map decider in like every
Yeah.
second veto
ये
at
आ
the
गया
moment. It's because just
अभी
the
इसमें भी
map
तो
for
अपडेट
such
हो
a
रहा
long
है
time. So
Yeah.
I don't think that RRQ are going
हाँ
to
तो
be
वो तो लाइव
particularly
रहते हैं
happy or sad that the third map is Haven. I think they're just totally fine with it, and it's just going to
ये
be
देखो ना
एमवीपी किल
किसने
बैन
पहले बैन किया फिर ये
फ्रैक्चर किया
Yeah, I think
फ्रैक्चर
both
बैन
teams
किया
just pretty
हेवन
solid
बैन
for
किया
that. For
तो
me,
वो
is
छोड़ो
very
वो
happy
थोड़ी
with
ना
this
देख
year,
रहे हो
if I was to
इधर
guess. I
वाला
think
देख
the
रहे हो
Ascent is a bit of a
100
question
Thieves
mark for me.
अच्छा ये वाला
But they're always a little bit funky with their pick.
स्प्लिट बैन
I
किया
think that
आरआरक्यू ने
Breeze stats are a little bit misleading.
लोटस
I think RRQ
इसने
is going
बैन
to be a
किया
little
100
bit better
टिप्स
than
ने
you would expect to be on Breeze, but
इसने
we'll
एसेंट
see.
किया
The stats
मैं
don't look
डिफेंडर
great,
लिया
but I'm
देखो
telling you,
फिर
I
एक जो
watched
पिक
constant
करेगा
movements
जो
of
पिक
those
करेगा
games.
उसके
वो
सामने
साइड
वाला
How much
कोई
does
भी
the
साइड
filter
साइड
सेलेक्ट
out?
करेगा
डिफेंड
अपने
What
मन
months
से
are we talking about?
this is stage 1 and
बस
Masters.
बस
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, it does not include the EWC qualifier,
Okay.
so there is a little bit of data
The thing
missing.
is, though, if
so.
you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
Kickoff doesn't count.
Those
That
stats
was
would get
so
worse,
far.
though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row in kickoff. Oh boy! So look, Xfero, you can see he's locked
भाई तो
in.
चालू ही 5
He's
बजे
ready
होगा
for
लग रहा है
this
मेरे को
game. He is very much
हाँ,
meditating
Starting in
for
0-0.
himself and getting ready for this series, as are we. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ right after this.
कौन सी टीम को
क्या
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो
कौन
Did you hear him? Sorry,
ओए
I'm
फिर से वो चालू हो गया एनीवे फुटबॉल फुटबॉल क्यों दिखा
सब कुछ होगा फुटबॉल भी होगा क्या क्या पता।
अरे फिर 0, फिर 5 पे दे दिया। मैं तब तक पानी की बोतल लेकर आता हूँ।
ले लो।
मैं तब तक अंक की स्ट्रीम देख के आता हूँ।
मैं तब तक आइसक्रीम खा लेता हूँ, ऑर्डर कर लेता हूँ।
भैंस की अंक इस पे भी 10 की वॉचिंग लेके बैठा है रे सो।
ECW खत्म होने के बाद वैलोरेंट चालू हो जाएगा इस चैनल पर। खेलना पड़ेगा, सीखना तो पड़ेगा ना। श्रेयस भाई को कोच लिया हूँगा मैं। श्रेयस भाई हमारे कोच बनेंगे।
श्रेयस भाई पर आवर 5 लेना पर आवर।
मैं 100 भी बोलूंगा तो वो नहीं देंगे, तुम $50
तू देगा भाई, तू देगा बैलेट, तू देगा। फिर तूने तो बताया इसलिए
ट्रेनिंग तो ले रहे हैं।
कितने दिनों से बोल रहे थे पता है क्या श्रेयस भाई, ये खेलो मैं नहीं खेल रहा था, अभी साला खेलना ही पड़ेगा, कुछ पाने के लिए खेलना ही पड़ेगा।
राज भाई टाइम मिला है ना तो वैलो का भी को-स्ट्रीमर साइन कर लो, समझे?
वो देखना पड़ेगा।
वैलो मेन चैंपियनशिप उसका भी आ गया है, कर लो भाई। उसमें भी कोई वो नहीं देख रहा है कितना फॉलोअर, कुछ नहीं देख रहा है।
अच्छा मेरे को लिंक भेजना बोला। ये तो खुद से आया था, अब लगता है खुद होके जाना पड़ेगा, है क्या नहीं? एक कैमरा अच्छा लेना पड़ेगा यार, थोड़ा लाइटिंग वाइटिंग करनी पड़ेगी।
क्रियो का हाइव वाला कैमरा ले लेना।
हाँ यार वो फ्री फायर क्या है? वही तो फ्री
फायर भी है ना इसमें,
पता है? फ्री फायर अरे ग्रोव गार्डन का पता नहीं
यार। मुझे पबजी ले लेना था यार, मैंने साला वो ले लिया साथ में वैलोरेंट के साथ,
ऑनर ऑफ केक,
जिसका बी भी नहीं आता, जिसका मुझे एज भी नहीं आता। अरे मैंने 2-3 शायद किया था, पबजी भी डाला था शायद, पबजी डाला था क्या पता नहीं।
देखो मैंने आपको भेजा।
इसको भरते अपन स्ट्रीम खत्म होने के बाद।
अभी नहीं, टाइम नहीं देखो ना, अगस्त 3 से अगस्त 28 के बीच में भरना।
अगस्त 3 से भरना है ना? हाँ इसको भर दो। अच्छा ये तो वो ऑफिशियल वाला है ना वैलोरेंट? हाँ
तो
वो अगस्त में। हाँ
ये इन्होंने बोला है कि यही टाइम है, इसके बाद पता नहीं नेक्स्ट बार कब आएगा।
3 अगस्त ना, 1 महीना बाकी है पूरा। याद दिला देना रे मेरे को, तब तक के मैं थोड़ा सीख भी जाऊंगा वैलोरेंट। ECW में क्या है रे? अबे फिर 5 मिनट बढ़ाया क्या इन्होंने? हाँ
ए बाल मेरा आइसक्रीम आ जाता है इतना मेरे। आइसक्रीम लेके बैठू क्या?
सुमन राजमियो का चैट पढ़, देख क्या लिखा है।
राजमियो का
रहने दे, फालतू आदमी है वो, उसका मतलब। राज रोमियो को नहीं मिला ना? स्कॉर्पियो
जलता है साला मैंने।
जलता है तो बड़ा। उसको बोलो वो वही क्या करते हैं, कार्टून वाला गेम खेलता रह जाएगा वो जिंदगी भर।
हाँ। अरे सुमन मॉडरेटर है ना, जरा देख, जरा टाइम आउट दे।
अरे वो खुद मॉडरेटर है रे बाल।
ले आ भाई ले। अरे सुपर मॉडरेटर है ना तू?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता।
वाइल्ड रिपर, अरे बाप रे क्या लिख रहा है, देख रहे हो सिराज भाई?
लिख रहा है वाइल्ड रिपर।
चैट लोड नहीं हो रहा।
वाइल्ड रिपर हेट यू।
2 मिनट है।
ये फिर ना बढ़ा दे बे 5 मिनट।
नहीं 5 बजे से चालू होगा।
तब साला रात भाई वो
5 बजे
साला 8 बजे पकड़ चलो।
हाँ तो पूरा ही मतलब पूरा ही दिन का है।
अरे तो ये अभी स्टार्टिंग में है ना, वो तो तुरंत स्टेज तो पहले ही से रहे।
तो यही स्टेज में होगा
आधा घंटा। हाँ इसी पे होगा, मतलब इस पे होगा या तो उधर वाले पे होगा, मतलब किसी पे तो होगा।
चालू होता तो मैं देख लेता हूँ थोड़ा, कुछ गेम वेम पे डिस्काउंट आया है तो।
अबे एक ये वाला लो ना, ये वाला ट्राई करो। क्या नाम है गेम? स्काई नून।
कौन सा गेम है?
स्काई नून करके, बहुत मस्त है, मतलब मस्ती वाला है।
मल्टीप्लेयर है क्या?
मल्टीप्लेयर है लेकिन 91 रुपीज का है अभी शायद पे।
तो बहुत सस्ता है।
हाँ भेजो तो।
मतलब
ये बाहर के देना।
इसकी ज्यादा हाइप नहीं है क्या? मेरे को लगा बहुत हाइप होंगे इसकी।
इसकी
ये वर्ल्ड कप की वैलोरेंट में
होता है राज भाई, लेकिन वो चालू होने दो, मैच बीच में जाने दो।
क्योंकि स्ट्रीम तो टॉप पे मेरी दिखा रही है। अभी कम हो गया, अबे नीचे आ गया। अभी 1 2 3 4 5वें नंबर पे आ गया।
स्टार्ट हो गया, चलो।
अब पहले एडवर्टाइज देंगे ना ये लोग।
अरे तो अभी भी तो 5 मिनट बाकी है ना, 5 बजने में, तो उसको तो टाइम इधर उधर करना पड़ेगा।
मतलब कल से 5 बजे चाहूंगा।
वही करना पड़ेगा
भाई। It becomes our
किडिया सिटी।
Now imagine an entire
यार ये मिडिल ईस्ट वाले बहुत कुछ होस्ट कर रहे हैं। अपने इंडिया लोग कब होस्ट करेंगे ये सब यार?
करे ना फ्री फायर पबजी।
कहाँ इंडिया में?
वैलेट मेरे को एक गेम गिफ्ट करना।
मेरे को एक
वैलेट मेरे को PS5 मेरे को एक PS5 गिफ्ट करना।
मेरा 5
ले वैलेट मेरे को एक PS5
मेरे को 500 रुपए का एक गेम गिफ्ट कर तू। तेरे को साले नहीं दोस्त, 500 रुपए का एक गेम रेसिडेंट इविल 4 500 रुपए में मिल रहा है रीमेक। मैं पायरेसी करके खेल रहा था। व्हाट? नहीं 2400 रुपए का Xbox में नहीं है, Xbox में नहीं है।
अबे अभी स्टीम पे बहुत सस्ते मिल रहे हैं ना।
हाँ स्टीम सेल में 500 में मिल रहा है। वही
मैं सोच रहा था फीफा लूं क्या? तुम लोग खेलोगे क्या साथ में? 150 रुपए का है, टाइम पास करेंगे किक पे।
कम पता नहीं मेरे को।
किक पे खेलेंगे, टाइम पास करेंगे।
मेक्का कैमेलियन ले लो, उससे अच्छा वही का। सारे सबको लेने
फीफा गेम से ज्यादा डबल है वो।
वैलेट ने तो ले भी लिया है।
वैलेट नो पड़ा, रुकता क्यों नहीं वो?
फिर भी फीफा तो अलग हो गया, सब नहीं खेलेगा वो। फन टाइप गेम है वो, कोई भी खेलने आ जा सकता है। वेगास भी खेलने आ जाएगा वो, उसका पीसी में चलता है। मेरे में तो अच्छा चल रहा था इस दिन, अपडेटेड वाले में एकदम मस्त।
अरे वो गेम 4 दिन 4 नहीं है, फिर कोई नहीं खेलेगा। ऐसा कोई गेम बताओ जिसमें अपन कंटिन्यू खेल सके, कम से कम वीकली 1-2 दिन बाद। वैलो तो है ही, दूसरा कुछ और
really huge in France. I think most of the people like our
Call of Duty का वो खेलो ना, वो जो मिलता है ना.
to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to
वो
have
hide
an
and seek.
international event that we can play in front of our crowd. You know? I don't know if it's stress, but it's like
Call of Duty कितने का दिखा रहा है?
We of course want to represent
का
the
Modern
country
Warfare है क्या
of
वो?
our org. Also like
नहीं,
I grew
Black
up in
Ops है,
Paris,
Call
like
of
it's a
Duty
special
Black
city
Ops
for me, so there is a lot of
अरे
story
बाप
about
रे
it.
महंगा है.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, first, but that's like an extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization, home country, home city, you know. So that's one of the biggest goals for us.
It feels good to play here, of course, because हर game का alternative तो आ जाता है. So it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage.
एक घंटा खेलने लायक है. रोलेक्स में मेरा सर दुखता है.
One of us and stuff.
इंडिया में sports game cricket चलता है gaming में. चलता है क्या?
Like it's a really exciting tournament, I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because I don't think I would be there today if I didn't, like if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like I'm grateful for everything, you know. Like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff.
Chat paro.
Again, it will be cool to play in front of them and just feel the support in person to French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff. The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first case and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against Kissy fans. It would have been so good. But
राजभाई का इंस्टा पे एक्टिव होना चाहिए. सही बात है. राजभाई का स्ट्रीम का क्लिप राजभाई फायर लॉर्ड को काम पे लगा दो.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ फायर लॉर्ड मेरा सुनता नहीं है.
10 रुपए पर क्लिप इसको हायर कर दो आप.
Different tactics to wake
Contract
up
sign करा लो. कैसा नहीं मानेगा
साला.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
राजभाई पता है आपको यूट्यूबर बनना है ना, आपको इंस्टा पे करना ही पड़ेगा.
Can't stop believing because if you stop believing then
क्योंकि इंस्टा से लोग आते हैं. आपका क्लिप देख.
the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my
मेरे को
first
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट
VALORANT
दे दो.
trophy. I think for
इसके क्लिप बताना मुझे कौन से लेना है, बता देना. हाँ राज भाई ये लो वो लो.
Like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to.
मैंने कितने सेकंड का रखा है वैसे? 2 मिनट का रखा है.
Like there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
ये CS का pro था पता है, Benji Fisher.
Not in our roster. I mean, obviously I would have liked to play with my brother, but it's.
भाई ये और इसका भाई दोनों crazy खेलते हैं.
Very similar play style. Of course.
ये दोनों भाई है क्या?
ये नहीं भाई.
There's a lot of good teams.
इसका भाई दूसरी टीम में है.
We're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible and see
दोनों भाई
the form that we were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
वैसे तो उसका भी है ना. Jason Susan.
वो टेकनेट का वो एक बंदा जीत गया ना पाकिस्तान से 8 साल से कंटिन्यू.
4 सेकंड का गर्लफ्रेंड तो बहुत पॉपुलर है. बाप रे, मेरे को पता नहीं.
4 सेकंड का तो भाई देखा है सुशांतो ब्रदर्स.
तो ब्रदर का नहीं पता, लेकिन उसका
उसकी फैमिली पूरी ई-स्पोर्ट्स में, लीग में, उसमें क्या कहते हैं एपेक्स में, सब में है भाई.
All right, we're back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with VALORANT. Just running through a couple little teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ.
अरे कोई बड़े ये स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहे थे.
Of Group A, I believe it is on the B stream. Got a little bit of a banger game. Of course, Americas versus Pacific, and Americas versus Pacific on the cast. Whichever one of us will perform better or worse will get replaced later.
EWC World Cup
not already decided. Yeah, no, it's not decided on rotation. We actually, whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast if you lose, you also have to just leave and leave Paris completely. So it's kind of insane.
I'm packing as many croissants into my suitcase as I can. They're pretty light. I can get a lot in there.
True. You squish them up, make a nice little stack.
There's someone who's done that, and I'm sure a lot of French people are mad about it.
Legion monitor.
Definitely. But while we're talking about French, we're going to be talking about Paris, because this has been such a beautiful city to host this event in so far. And again, just to reiterate, the prize pool, $2 million prize pool, first place going home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for, and we're so excited for, especially with this matchup today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a bit more of a condensed format last year. This year, they definitely are starting to flesh things out a little bit more. As mentioned before, the best of threes is going to be huge for the players. I think it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that, but also just getting more reps at an international event. I mean, I'm from Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event, or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the 16th seed, you verse the first seed, and you get banged in a best of one, and then you go home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of three, multiple best of threes. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or anything. And we're just going to go and send 2 teams from each group.
Sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in, it is 100 Thieves versus RRQ on this stream. And we've talked a lot about both these teams, talking about how they're both powerhouses in their own way. About the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been so phenomenal. But I don't know. I don't know how you feel about this, but they've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff, when they had the way that Timatino was being set up to use that way was really well done, and I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in the way that they did. They ended up using that way to get a lot of that information, but be able to refrag back and be able to go really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, Waylay no longer that good in this meta.
मैं 3:30 बजे से बैठा हूँ. सुमन को मैंने 3:30 बजे कॉल किया था. कमीने ने उठाया नहीं.
अच्छा हुआ भाई, मैं थोड़ा लेट आया.
For sure. I mean, on the side of RRQ, they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do. We have already seen.
As they've just picked Sage and Vito on Ascent.
Pacific is a wild place, okay? I know
you can't say that in
America. Wow, this is really creative. In Pacific, we're just...
मैं गोल्ड रैंक का हुआ
So yeah, I mean, RRQ... The thing is, RRQ stylistically would probably be considered a bit more of a vanilla team, because I think...
अरे सुमन तेरा भी वो चालू करना लगा देता हूँ मैं.
Pacific is like every team just runs it down. RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play a slower pace. They mid-round a lot. They don't just play 30-second, slight exit simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit clever with the calling. They try to have some decent amount of prep. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of be tackling stylistically against a team like 100 Thieves. And I think in general, that's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals, because they often try to play, like they're playing a team like Fnatic and they're like playing a slower style. And it's like, we're just kind of doing what you're doing, but maybe a little worse sometimes. Although they have had some very close maps. But in Pacific, I mean, they very much are the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your Paper X's, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing both those things. Being able to play somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially when you're looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to, being able to just be aggressive, and maybe running it down is the strat to do. They've done such such a good job, and a really big props to Vora because his IGLing, his mid round has been phenomenal as well. I feel like he's really driven this team to success. And for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have been so good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats, having such a deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually confused or overwhelmed with what they want to do. So I think for me, from 100 Thieves, that's why I keep talking about their creativity goes way beyond through and through the relationships, not just in the server, but also outside.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap.
Watch Party का channel ही बना देता
discuss both of these teams and say what their strengths and weaknesses are. You know, you talk about having a strong mid-round caller.
Watch Party का channel बना देता हूँ भाई.
Slower paced, you know, maybe Beatty at times, star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time. I think that's the same thing for RRQ.
करने के लिए क्या उसके लिए भी अलग रहता है क्या?
Literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy coming a little bit more recently than that. Similar to RRQ, some players that have been around since the very beginning and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in 1 or 2 players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So I think both of these teams, as mentioned before, a little shy of some international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
And as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, we've talked about the globals, we've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested to see how they face up to that. Is there going to be a shift in mentality? Is there going to be a little bit more pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come up from
मेरा एक बंदा था जो मेरे साथ VALORANT खेलता था पहले. वो बोलता है कोई तो भी कंपनी में लगा है वो.
This has been his first roster and he's performed absolutely phenomenally. It took him a little bit of time to warm up at the beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who does his job really well, pulling those crosshairs, not necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still, it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. I'm thinking, if I'm thinking of the VST Americas 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal. But when it's moving to a different style, it's kind of going to be interesting to see how they do on the global stage. But that being said, and before we jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
फिर break दिया भाई.
Quick break. ले. आना भज्जम. जा सकते हैं, लेकिन पहले अपने को एक गोल्ड प्लेट से निकलना पड़ेगा.
कौन बोल रहा है? आवाज नहीं आ रही. किसने बोला अभी? बैलेट की आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही रे?
सिमन हम क्यों नहीं जा सकते पता है?
ठीक है, तेरा काला
नहीं तेरा छोटा है,
मेरा बड़ा है. ठीक है,
ये छोटा मोटा की कुछ बात नहीं है.
पायलट का एक नहीं
नहीं खेलना नहीं, वो होना चाहिए कॉम्बिनेशन.
EWC वाला तो अगर राज भाई का लाइव वो करेगा थोड़ा सा भी तो देख के बोले ये लोग क्या देखने बोला, वो क्या बात कर रहा है. ये कौन हंसा? ये कौन हंसा बे?
काला काला करे जा रहा है. व्हाट इज ब्लैक?
से कौन हंसता है?
कैसा?
ए तेरा जीफोर्स का पैसा कट गया वैलिड?
नहीं कटा, वही तो अभी भी चल रहा है.
एक उस पैसे से एक गेम ले ले, रेक्विएम ले ले, खेलेंगे हम लोग दोनों मिलके उस पे.
रेक्विएम पागल हो गया ये.
लगा के खेलेंगे.
रेक्विएम करे जा रहा.
अरे वो खरीद के खेलना पड़ेगा राज में. मेरे पीसी में लग नहीं, मतलब चल नहीं रहा है.
What all do you cover?
In 9 rupees you learn how to
automate your reports, how to automate your presentation, how you can create entire applications.
मैं ट्राई किया था, मेरा पीसी हग दे रहा है.
Not only that, you will be also learning how you can work with.
ऐड आ गया बाल.
ऐड की मां किया.
राजा ऊपर स्किप.
अरे साला ऊपर दे दिया. पहली बार. मेरे को पता ही नहीं, मैं नीचे देख रहा हूँ.
कितने दिनों बाद रॉबिन का यूज किया था
इतना सारा, एक तो तेरे पे IM है, हेडफोन है, रॉबिन है, यूज करता कब? एक अपना बहन को दे दे।
हाइड्रो डालना है। No.
कल से सुमन 5 बजे आना पड़ेगा। तो 5 बजे आएंगे तो मेरे को एक बात बता, एक मैच 40 मिनट का होता है, ठीक है, और 2 मैच 1 घंटे 20 मिनट, 2 घंटे चलेगा। तो साला ये तो 8 बजे खत्म होगा बे।
मतलब
ये मैच अगर 5:30 बजे चालू होता है, 8 बजे तो खत्म होगा भाई मैच ये।
तो वो चालू हो जाएगा, दूसरा चालू होने में लेट नहीं लगेगा।
अभी तो 12 बजे तक के कंटिन्यू है, 12 तारीख तक।
राज भाई, BVL EDG चालू हो गया, वो लगा लो।
Against the numbers, it does come very close considering BBL had the right read on that play in terms of the boots on the ground, right position, right time, the right result, a 1-0. Now, here's where EDG don't have a lot to do. They didn't get a plant. There's no chance to really go for a convincing force buy. Instead, they'll have to play this as a full eco. The main thing for BBL, though, is they have one pistol. You do not want to see this be anywhere near a close round, and they've already lost the pistol.
Yeah, I guess it's the one player you don't mind losing, but ultimately they're losing quite a bit more. This is getting a little bit dangerous until LaRock is there to close it out. A bit close for comfort, a bit costly, but it's still there around.
Yeah, I think they lose an SMG, a Marshall, and a Sheriff. I will probably pick up the Sheriff. So it's not the end of the world. Definitely, the problem is, though, that 2v2. There was a chance for a Bulldog to end up on the floor. But for BBL, a quick start, indeed. 2-0. And this is where things get interesting. Coming into the full buy of EDG, LaRock 2 away from a showstopper. Lovers Rock as well could have the finger guns. And those 2 ultimates, or even one of them, could make a big difference in a round where there's so many weaknesses. BBL have to play this with all those losses in the last round as a super light buy. Barely anything invested. LaRock already close to death.
Oh yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already been done. LaRock almost gone, Rose almost gone. A lot of the danger of this round seems to have diminished. Maybe if they can give Loiter a gun, that would be nice, but no, it's Kankan just cleaning things up. Nice work from LaRock to at least get one back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a push, going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen where Loiter is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back at least a little.
Previn bought some time. Roses now finds himself a kill. This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself. 1 HP and a Bulldog, a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be. EDG sporting a few bruises, though, and they were up against a very light buy. I think BBL can keep their heads held high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now is to deal with the full buy.
Cool. Yeah, they did an unfathomable amount of damage in the first few seconds of the round, and then after that point, plain sailing. But as you said, this is where, if that ult came online last round, it would have been great. Instead, though, it's come online for this one. Operator for Lovers Rock. That was what I was mentioning about 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that Neon. The fact is, though, early utility expended. And a TP.
Rock, there's the old pop, but Jenny's gonna snipe him out of the sky! Con controls the site, and walking through that smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now at 2 versus 5 seconds into the round. You thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called. With Lovers Rock having an op as well, there's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
No, it's crazy how clean that was on entry, especially Gianni's reaction shot just to be able to get rid of that showstopper because it was super dangerous on entry. But yeah, Creven definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct, very aggressive in their stance, and when you have that operator set up on the other side of the map, the fast pace into A could have caused them issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
लोइटा को देख रहे हैं ना पर वो सामने में है आएगा वो चेंज बट दूसरा ओह शिट
2-2 is where we end up for EDG. Denying those weapons won't be possible in the end, so at least BBL got out of there sporting what they were trying to save, but that was such a quick round from EDG. It's hard to even imagine from BBL's perspective. And the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols, it's still a better chance to win than the last round in the 2v5, sure. But EDG looks set to take the lead here.
You need a hero play, and well, maybe the operator will be the one to do it. Lovers Rock able to get rid of Con. Unfortunately, the additional weaponry not really possible, but they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure, the rotation to the B side still possible, but that's being watched by Creven, so they at least have information there. And if LaRock were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down. And with the time ticking in their favor and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
Clear करने की कोशिश कर रहा
है. They think he's here, and they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out, and well, Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is. But Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though. LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets the kill, the fact that he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL. The operator of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Creven buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or 2 in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
We've seen this delay on the C site from BBL work pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Creven, but this time it's not Creven. Instead, it's going to be a full setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A C's nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage, and the Blade Storm now looking a bit weaker. Skyhill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash. Wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy play, but it works out. He might die after 1, but he buys the space. He breaks the defense and sends them scurrying back towards the C site. Numbers, even for now, but the attackers have an easy time. They're going to change direction, and no matter where they go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away. 2 Seekers after you get 2 kills. You know, okay, that was 4 players on the C site. That means there can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped. Even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Creven. However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into an advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the Season 8. When it comes to the A site, much more rare to attempt it here. Leaving Rose embedded as well at least trades out Concon. If he's not there and instead is in front of that Jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like that, buying a little bit of time, and then winning their fights when it came to it. Also a very lucky spam by Loida, but that's neither here nor there. 4-2 for BBL. It is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG have been extremely dominant.
I like the adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it. Utility being sent out to clear him, and he's taking a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in! The Stinger, enough for Concon to find the opener, and already Gianni has managed to add another. This C-side execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage. And once again, the players on the other side of the map, I was going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. However, right now, I feel like Lover's Rock is looking for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro, you're going up rare, leave. You can't leave now.
He doesn't have the choice.
He could have before, but he can't now.
The good thing is they don't know he's here, and it looks like they're going to slip right past him. So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not going for a ninja, surely. It won't work. Oh my god, he is. He's trying it. He's going to try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's going to be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? It's so close! Lover's Rock steals the round away!
No way!
This is on a 1v5!
No way!
I can't believe we've just seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse on the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe that's what he was doing. And they all left, Tom! Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kill's giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that. That's a madness. And well, there's the 1 extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice work from Gianni on the trade, but again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round. I can't believe they didn't leave 1 Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but
I can't believe he won that. I can't believe he went for it even just that was crazy, but EDG have got to be kicking themselves. Then you come into this round, a man down already. BBL changing up their Vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated. And now EDG are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect LaRock to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble, and it's paying off for now.
A pretty hefty advantage. The second he tries to enter this site, will trip the wall. Even then, it seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map. We'll give them a plant. A little bit gambly, but when you're in a 2 versus 4 situation, you have to try and take that risk. However, the full force of the defenders will be there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way. Showstopper popped. LaRock searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart, at least for the first 2. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade, 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. With 1 little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact. Those early picks coming through. Really look to put the pressure onto that operator. It has been problematic to try and deal with.
वही तो दिखा रहे हो ये कौन सा है?
Either way, 6-2.
ये तो BBL EDG.
The attack now have themselves to buy. Of course, they've got plenty. Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive.
दो बार चलाए आप.
बहस की ये चालू ही नहीं हो रहा.
छोड़ो ना यही देखते हैं और क्या.
The C's nade having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now though. Good trade back, and they've taken Lover's Rock. The C site's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And the time wasted, Krevins covered that gap. Look at the TP though. It's huge. They're clearing it. They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu. They found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line. He's going to use his ult just to be safe in grabbing that spike.
Yeah, it might even work because you could almost have assumed that he had it already. It's a very, very long rotation back from Loiter. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent would be coming from. You go, okay, but why is he taking so long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn? Has he gone all the way around the back? He's sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible. Timing ticking away now for Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much-needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja defuse. I genuinely can't believe, I can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja successfully found. I think in the last year we got like
1v5.
one attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5, no. Absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think about, I'm including regional games in that. Then you go to an international stage against a team like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that happens at this caliber.
Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, for Gianni, the showstopper has worked out this time, and the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap, and well, can't ends up with 2. Loiter ending up wall banged. Krevin decides he doesn't want to face into the Kankan operator. Honestly, that's okay. I don't think many people do.
Yeah, you start an eco or low buy round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn. Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught now all onto Krevin. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
We want Tines.
It's looking like especially after the 1v5 potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential is slowly slipping away from them. Of course, on a regional standpoint, EDG are normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see. They're going to have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only seen them play the defense, really, versus DRG, who they lost to both times. But, of course, it's hard to doubt these players, even without. Nonetheless,
we're going
to see this early aggressive start from LaRock. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chichu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found LaRock. But EDG back into a workable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner, tucking on the left. There's a wall in front of him. And some thorns to his left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious! But Rose lands 2 in a row! A quick double to Spike. To wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
They can retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner. And he'll catch Con for 7. The lead locked in for halftime.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. Normally I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting over the wall. And because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way, the other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit, he gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL of BBL.
Oh, bhai, A main pe dekho fight dekho.
They now look to come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. Kind of what's expected. Either way, operator waiting for Kankan. He knows that a player is likely already crossed his Rose currently holding the operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive and now peeking into a double of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake, though.
Yeah, that it does. I mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside, this attacker side of the map. And the idea from EDG is to do the exact opposite. They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn, taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water. That's going to be nobody searching for the kill.
Attacker
trying to make
this
uncomfortable for that player.
Oh.
And now the Thorns, the ult going through. No more Thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight through. Already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand. And now Sign and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off, and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets, but they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Sign is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but EDG not that far behind.
No, another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least
the last 5 rounds.
You can put at least a few down to him individually. Or just even the spam through the smoke, making sure they couldn't even get it to half. I think at that point, Loiter already knew that round was over. 7-5, a decent recovery, especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and he didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5, you're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Another 1v5. The 1v5 ninja defuse is what gave you the leg up there. That's tough. But for BBL, the lead by 2 indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. Mistakes from EDG allowing that ninja defuse through, that's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming into standing. You think about Zai. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the week was better, started to feel how to call in the game, and the team knew how to play around him as well. And that's exactly what I expect to see here for EDG, that Sign will become more and more integrated into this roster over games. That on-stage experience is vital for any top-tier player. And so, he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player, I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix. Because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for.
Analyst
So
type
it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is small
strategy.
So it definitely, I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game. And of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment and going into the defensive side. We'll have to wait and see what they have on the asset. When it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of the defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17-8, by the way.
Genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding 1. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7-5 though, pistol round underway, and it's BBL on the attack. Lee said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded for the late round. I like this idea, and it does look like BBL are late going to fill into that space, but they're going to open the door. And that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door. And that has caused a problem for nobody. All around him, he's going to be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
He did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill and then setting up Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he doesn't need much setting up. He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP through half of the bullets hitting the wall. That's how the classic works. There you go. That's all you need.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'm pretty sure the wall ate most of those shots. I saw his health bar disappear.
तो screen देख रहा हूँ भाई Discord में. वो right click मारा आपको पता भी
The thing I
चला.
like from EDG though, they've grouped up. Bar one player, that one player's can't.
Chichu ने ना भाई आपने तो उसका right click miss किया भाई. जो damage हुआ 8 HP बचा हुआ.
And a lot of HP missing on Loida. He's going to try to be the snake in the grass, and I don't think they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed. But they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8 on the board for BBL, and an injection of rounds in this early half could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Yeah, that's both pistols under their belts as well. I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact that he gets 2-1 on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto the remaining players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot more of an opportunity to isolate some of those fights. 8-5. Lead extended. Come on. Lovers Rock with a sniper back in his hands. What more do you need?
Lovers Rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields. Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
Well, technically, I said nobody has shields, so
exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields, but I meant no player on the defensive side has shield.
Come on, try harder.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it definitely wasn't the fact that his name is nobody and it's an annoyance. Something, someone, and nobody. God damn it. Well,
sound like a hater.
It should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against is a sniper on the other side, and in the hands of Con, it's good enough for the kill. Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Looking to come in on that flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that flash has left Rose so blind, but again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Con in the back from the corner on C Long, so he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL though, and now is where we basically need to see the break back from the side of EDG.
14.
Of course, this is their opponent's map choice, but we don't really know what to expect from Ascent going in. It's not a map that we've seen them play too much recently. In fact, too much might be an understatement. We haven't seen them play at all.
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Hey, you gotta be ratty sometimes.
I do like that. It's kind of how it should be. For BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I just
BBL jeet raha hai. Sorry.
These ones.
The big boys. EDG.
Vandal up close, not good for nobody. Caught pulling it out, and Loida gets an easy opener. The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course, Chichu not going quiet just yet.
Good name, cover. Equally as good.
1 HP. Yeah, 4 HP.
Nice shot already. Onto Kankan as well. He's just 2 standing.
Loida ko mara tha na.
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wall for Signed. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup again. That's what they're to do with the stand-in. The problem is, one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, He was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen him stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room to the series.
Larok अच्छा खेला था भाई पूरा
love that one. That was a great hit.
पिछले tournament में.
We've planned out a few of these for the day, so
yeah, definitely.
Loita में 18 मार दिया
What's next on the script? Well, 10-5, BBL in a very good position right now. They come into this. We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to play them with the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up. It's very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle. That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the day they're ready for Kankan's push. Jenny might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello!
No,
signed. Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Jenny has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment, Chichu with that rifle. Even escaping from this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots. But they still have to answer the question of where do we go from here? The C site seems the safest, and that allows for that rotation all the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
Half shield पे लेके.
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. He's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem. For Chichu, not so much, at least for now. Ult's going to be put into play from the shadows. He sat in the backside, spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around, they double swing, take Signed down, and leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him. A shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been a little bit more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I don't think you necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed.
2 round bache.
Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by 1 or 2. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lover's Rock has already taken quite a bit of damage. A push in towards Chichu might not be advised. Ooh, maybe now it will be. He tries to TP away. And again, look at the space that's already been claimed.
Nice shot by Kankan. But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through, about moving Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little too late. Big round for EDG.
Yeah,
right in the nick of time.
I think that obviously Signed great work on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Kankan. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lover's Rock to even look in that direction, but then he starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're looking at that guy. You're looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time.
That's not close.
And that's the moment that gives the Signed the opportunity to strike. 11-6.
ठीक है भाई फ्रेंच ई के ऊपर
फर्स्ट after 4 in a row. But this is the first of many.
Omen dominate कर रहे भाई दोनों Omen.
Oh, Rock having no luck when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4, damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu, one away from the ult on Loida, he can run, take the ult outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous round.
अल्टर है अल्ट ले सकता है
चीचू को देख रहा है क्या रोटेट मार रहा है Chichu is so ahead of the game. He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it. He knows exactly what's coming. He's going to be waiting for his opponent. The second he goes with a ban, you thought he had a big brain play, Loiter, but Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like Chichu's MVP. The guy's just been putting in a shift, man. So many impressive rounds across this map. He's kept them in it. This would have been a very flat first half. If not for him, and it would have been a game over.
Black team में ना
although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that, but 4 rounds left to go. The gap's starting to narrow a little bit again, but the thing is, in the back of my mind, it is any moment that BBL can answer up. It's not even waiting for the next round when the full buy comes through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
Chichu भाई तू जाएगा तो सब खत्म हो जाएगा.
Couple of ults here and there to play with as well, but very situational ones. And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless. Get rid of one of Laroc's weapons, but Khan's push already gets an open. Chichu, very open ground, had a high-low, but it ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been sent through, and in quick succession, both players pick up a kill. Nobody's been bottom of the team so far, but they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose. But the first kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, LaRock caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's been a rough map for this guy so far. But the win now fills his sails. Again, a necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this. And yes, it should have been an easy round. They had pistols. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after that one because it was definitely a little bit more shaky after you full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. Well, you mentioned timeouts earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one. 3 rounds in the lead, but feeling the pressure. And I think they know, as we talked about in this group in general, you're playing up against EDG with a stand-in. Still a tough opponent, but I don't think any of the opponents look any easier on paper. Like a full force RRQ, 100 Thieves. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can get this one over the line. Because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
Mentioned it, winning this map, having Ascent up next. Could set them up to knock this out of the park 2-0 to avoid that sunset in the end. Never know what EDG are going to be pulling out there. Or how high up the power creep can go as we get later into this series. I see the fist bumps from BBL, their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into the game. We said lights out for Chichu. Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as well. Certainly had his fair share of rounds, but for Chichu, it's that underdog story. It's because they're behind and he's been the one fighting back in for them. And on this team, that's bloody impressive.
Even after 3 rounds in a row, there's going to be an operator with no shields coming into this round for Khan. So definitely a little bit more vulnerable. Okay. See you later, LaRock.
All because of that clutch, you know? Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there. But not nobody. Khan in position. Waiting. Had a teammate to support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's going to fall back.
Another pick for Khan. This time the trade is there. It's Rose quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass, striking when they least expect it. Leaves it all onto Kreven. 4 to find. The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. Stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kreven. But the spike is down. And Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kreven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kreven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
वो भी एम लगा के बैठा है इसको नहीं जाना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से
bullet needs to be a headshot. Jenny will be there to close the round. It is close to an all-time clutch for Kreven with 5 HP, but it is still rounds going. Now again, it's incredibly costly for EDG. They were already on the back burner just getting an operator into the round. You see why they got the operator, because of how fast Kankan is. The snake in the grass this time flips to the other side with Jenny. Having another big round on the Rays, of course, as said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny, just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kreven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for LaRock, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through and he finds LaRock. How? I don't know how he survived, got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. But the advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Dissipating. A heal onto Jenny as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kreven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there. Now for Kreven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of Kankan. That operator still in hand. And for Rose, well, he's not been having the best of games individually. Might get one for free. The second player could be a little bit harder to land, but exactly where Kankan is, knowing and doing anything about it is a very different story.
This is a team in the form of VDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half, even a little bit here. But we always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down and another timeout. The second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards Ascent? It's like, well, if you can have Kankan with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. That's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator.
वो तो रेफरी है कोच तो कोचिंग बूथ में रहते हैं ना
We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3 rounds? 2 rounds? Like, you could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause.
Full back क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं नोड़ा?
2 pauses in 3 rounds.
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Kankan to fall right away. LaRock said no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark. Pushing up to 12. This could be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. A classic. Trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must-win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low. Not today.
Maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one. You can see him already leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save. 12 for BBL. At long last, it felt like an inevitability 6 rounds ago, and yet it has been a good streak from EDG.
But that's not recreatable at all. Like, you can't
That
use
was a big ult, Dom. 3
high-impact ults in 1 round. And okay, sure, LaRock got the opening anyway, but the showstopper definitely helped get rid of Chichu. Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow one player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No operator on their side. In fact, it's Lovers Rock. Now, they do have a Blade Storm. That's going to help, but there are definitely pieces missing here and there. And an immediate 4-player aggression. Kankan 1 for 1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter. And after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Kankan's dealt with. Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read, and the push coming his way. Now a lot of utilities making its way in, and in a moment's time, we're going to see Lovers Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12 to 11. We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates. And that round, even the last one might have not gone their way. And that is not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up. That's it. Signed 12 and 14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as I said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL. Some of the best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now. Lovers Rock immediately with an opener. The trades were going their way, but they're Signed. He's now leveled up 14 to 14. At OT, well, it almost feels inevitable at this stage.
Overtime.
Loida might be able to get some work done, but Nobody is sneaking up on his left, and he has no idea. Great shot from Nobody, and with Signed on a 3K overtime, locked in. EDG.
Overtime.
I can't stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain point. The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. For BBL, I can see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side, and now that EDG have tightened up the game, it's looking a whole lot better.
I want to go the other way with it. BBL win both pistols. They win, I think, 2 rounds off of straight BS, and now they've gone to OT. This is a choke and a half. Like, they were handed the map, and now they are in overtime. Like, the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not going to lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi-advantage you might have thought of for BBL earlier, that hometown hero when it comes to the 82nd province of Turkey. But you come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a knock. For EDG, a slow start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait. And now, push comes to shove. And that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Can't go with an attack side operator. He really has not been missing. He's got one every single time. It's only if there's someone ready and raring to trade him. Walk back. Not going to be caught. EG have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to no information. The corner being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant, and an advantage extending even further. The lead looking like it's going to be taken. And the Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lovers Rock needs to try and recreate it. And it is all but over. 13 to 12 now. EDG, after being an insane deficit, now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that were going their way every time. And now, the shoe's on the other foot. It seems like EDG have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge deficit and delete all of those silly little mistakes that were there. That quick of a turnaround is impressive, but it's also what you expect from a squad like this. I said, with this stand-in, I expect them to get better and better. With every map under their belt, I didn't think it would be every half under their belt. A chance for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a blow like this. That'll be a huge advantage.
Okay.
I think they just noticed he knifed the Prowler. It might be Con with the op. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
The attack side, they try and take back that space towards C. Khan in position once again, and of course he doesn't miss the shot. Leaves them a man down, and the C site executes failing, but with the opener onto nobody, that definitely makes things a lot more interesting.
BBL का मेरे को रोज तो बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आ रहा भाई.
Their control.
ऐसा खेलता वो.
Before they had signed.
इसीलिए.
उसको देख ही नहीं पा रहा हूँ स्क्रीन पे.
This gives BBL a pretty good opportunity.
मेरे जैसा प्लेयर है वो.
Plant coming through. Going to be onto LaRock, still 2 away from that showstopper after the plant. And look who's sneaking his way in. Chichu's gone for the spam. It looked like it was on for the start. Immediate swap from Kankan. He shoots, drops his weapon, and goes in for the fight, but that's not going to work. And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
Back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely fall out of the map after it coming all the way back to overtime. But it seems like BBL still have some fight within them. No surprise that Khan's invested back into that operator once again. The defenders looking to re-aggress towards that C-side, but Khan is waiting. This time not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk-up.
Same space take from BBL, this time without the C's in play. A little bit of a different layer to hopefully allow them to push through, to give Lovers Rock the chance to clean house. On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused. Spike outside A. A jump spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds, but they don't know about Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extremity. Finally, Lovers Rock has walked up. He's hearing the steps into B now. He knows the play, and they are none the wiser. But the shots don't land. That was a huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
They can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Nobody waiting in position. Kreven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory, but still, Khan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side for BBL. They need one more attack side round, and they'll finally close out the map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at EDG's play in the second. For BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round, finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up. Where we've seen Sime playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
You're just about going to survive that on 1 HP.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
Khan goes
I was about to say, Khan
doesn't miss. Yeah. No, he doesn't. He hit both shots And now Sign, waiting on the side. Flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't swing. He plays it patient, plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. No, but he now dropped and Sign under pressure from that right side. The off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there. 14-14. Another overtime needed.
Yeah, just bear in mind, guys, this is map 1 of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
I have to wonder, though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've got another teammate.
They looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
14-14. Khan survives, but not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm.
क्या मैच चल रही है बे कहां से कहां?
Only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
A minute on the clock. And EDG still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, danger's averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from BBL. The jump spot's there from Loida. He sees them and hits the paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2. One foul. At least for BBL, it's just a one-man disadvantage, and they get just in time. Lover's Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank from LaRock, but Con just keeps ripping them to shreds. It's EDG with the lead again, and another chance to close this out.
He's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like I've been saying, it's a lot of the time it's been one and dones. This is him finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm.
इनको क्या गेम के बीच में कोच बोलता है क्या? बाद में बोलता
है. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead at the top of the board? He's now third.
Concom was 15 and 15.
स्क्वाड पे तो रहता है सब.
अबे टाइम आउट लेके ना ऐसे थोड़ी ना बात करता है.
ऐसे करता है. PRX का वॉइस कॉम वगैरह आप देखना मैच के बीच में.
नहीं, वो वॉइस कॉम आता है लेकिन प्लेयर को नहीं सुनाई पड़ता है भाई वो बात. मैच के बीच में तुम बात नहीं कर सकते हो.
मैंने तो बहुत सारे मैच में देखा है इससे बात कर रहा है.
हाँ तो गेम चालू नहीं होता है ना भाई. तुम जब तक मैच चल रहा है तब तक बस टाइम आउट टाइम बात कर सकते हो. हाँ भाई तुम कहीं भी देख लो. अरे वॉइस कॉम वो अलग चीज है.
अरे नहीं होता होगा ना, कोच बोलता होगा ना कहाँ जाना.
अरे कोच, अरे वो मैच के पहले की बात होती है, मैच के वो टाइम आउट में
मिड मैच में मैं मैच में 2-3 सेकंड बचा हुआ है तो उसमें ऑफ खरीद रहा हूं, ऑफ खरीदो ऐसा पूछ रहा था. आज ही देखा मैंने.
नहीं वो तो किसी और कोच से नहीं
टाइम आउट के नहीं, ऐसे भी पूछ सकता है. मैच स्टार्टिंग से पहले ही पूछ सकता है.
नहीं पूछ सकता भाई.
अरे
अभी मेरे को ऐसा लगा उसने बोलते हुए
कोच बीच में नहीं बोल सकता मैच के भाई. नहीं तो फिर उसके पास तो सारे कैंप्स है ना, वो फिर लोकेशन नहीं बता देगा एनिमी का.
तो वो थोड़ी ना वो देख रहा होगा, वो तो उनका पर्सपेक्टिव से देख रहा होगा.
नहीं अरे तो वो फिर नहीं हो, वो चीटिंग है वैंस भी, वो नहीं हो सकता भाई.
The entirety of the tournament is going the distance.
उनके पास तो सारा इन्फो है ना.
At least I hope we do have to find a winner.
वो क्यों नहीं बता देता देख के कि तुम बैक साइड से आ रहा है, जो भी आ रहा है कोई ध्यान नहीं दे.
अरे उनको नहीं दिखता होगा ना कि बैक साइड से आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है.
अरे उनको
कोच को थोड़ी ना दिखेगा बैक साइड से आ रहा है.
अरे नहीं
कोच थोड़ी ना वो कोच थोड़ी ना वो देख रहा है कि मतलब मैच अपोजिट का थोड़ी ना दिखेगा.
अरे नहीं देखो, जब 1v1 फाइट में ठीक है, कभी कभी कुछ इन्फोज होती हैं जो कि एक बंदा अगर 1v1 में तो ध्यान नहीं देगा, कोच बोल सकता है ना. नहीं होता है ऐसा.
टीममेट्स भी बोल सकता है 1v1 में.
मैं तो वही कह रहा हूँ ना कि टीममेट्स ही बोलता है. कॉल सारे टीममेट्स देते हैं मैच के बीच में, सिर्फ टाइम आउट नहीं देता है.
We've seen a lot of the attack side
नहीं
rounds.
बात कर रहे हैं मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है ये जब मैच खत्म होता है ना
अरे ये तो टाइम आउट है ना ये तो राज भाई ओटी है ना
नहीं ये वाला नहीं इसके पहले भी मैंने देखा शायद बात कर रहे थे देखते
वो टाइम आउट था
टाइम आउट that's all that matters at this stage and thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime. And LaRock going into OT.
और भी देख रहे
हैं judge.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if Jenny hasn't just hit his desk, I think that's what I heard, then I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have the OT round kick off right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself too. Sign surrounded is dealt with, and BBL on 16.
नहीं भी हो सकता पता
नहीं tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL Rose in that smoke waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you just put a judge there. You walk into that smoke, you're dead to rights, and then they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate. And then Kreven just landing the shots as he always does. 16 to 15, as said, we've seen these constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's been the one to find success, and again, he's walking about. Pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait. He does miss, but this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses one shot. This could be it. EDG, they've lost one big player. The top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lover's Rock finding side seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the planned on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many of those rounds in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
जब तक कोई यूटिल नहीं होगा कोई पीके नहीं लेगा अब एक लेगा
ready and raring to go on the other side of things. The walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind. Chichu made it past. Loiter's position though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TP. The time looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How would they pull back that 2v4?
I said it. And nobody's been there in the crucial moments, and Chichu again and again, he's digging deep for this team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go.
He went quiet as well, though. That's the crazy thing. He had like 20, or was it 17 kills in the first half.
30
went missing for a bit and then goes,
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it up to another level to keep them alive, and he's done it again. Map point. And up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run. And indeed, wasting body space. Concon, he's found his first already. Rose catches. Oh, he doesn't catch the wraparound. Jetty's left on 7 HP somehow.
बहुत गंदा लगता है ना यार जब ऐसा होता है तो.
Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it.
जितने की chances रहते हैं और फिर
this is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Well, nobody's there to close it out. And swings and roundabouts once again, the back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny just survived there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way, took a few shots, not even knowing from where, and ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows That should have been his kill, but also who knows, this map is slipping away now. EDG 17-16. It's a matter of time before we see 2 in a row in the same overtime. I mean, 30 and 31 technically, but they were different OTs. You know what I mean. And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time another missed shot, but that was a harder one.
Oh, already a much faster paced take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Sign, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with Paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post plant once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 4v5, sorry. And well, let's even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round, leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make their way back to the site. Hard to find value with the up breaking through, but he finds it in the jump points. He rocked out, it's last, and not for long! EDG! They dug deep and delivered map number 1!
It's insanity. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense. Kankan is just able to sit there like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat. You were so far in the lead. You took double pauses in the space of 3 rounds. That is crazy.
भाई स्टार्टिंग में लगा नहीं था कि BBL को easily, मेरे को लगा था कि BB easily चले जाएगा, जीत जाएगा.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane. We're getting ourselves free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Destigon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at EWC.
Right. I mean, welcome to EWC, people. It was absolutely unbelievable. I think BBL are going to be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage.
Also is by the hands of Lovers Rock. We were speaking about him going on the Neon. He wanted to go face to face against Kankan, and every single time that Kankan was getting around for EDG in an impressive manner, Lovers Rock was like, I can do that too. I can do that too. I'm going to show you how. Crazy the fact that we got
entry kitni bar kara hai. First kill
we were saying about EDG and playing in with a sub. I think that Tom and Mitch were doing a very good job highlighting some of the mistakes, but also
first kill first death.
The players, like
मतलब entry करते हुए कितनी बार पहला kill लिया लो कब पहला मारा.
This first map of EWC have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about Kang. He is the guy for EDG. He always has been, and he has a very slow
ये कौन सा मैच है? Penalty.
He's down there.
ये तो पुराने हैं उसके वो सब हैं.
You see the way he activates, and you see how the rest of the team come alive.
भाई देखो पहले में जो भागा ये BBL
as well, and that's what got them back into the game. So also credit to Sign on his own anchor those sides.
क्या भागा starting
I think no doubt they deserve that match.
Second half में भी
starting में भाई ये 16 के बाद तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि मुश्किल है EDG का जीत. पूरा मैच पलटा दिया भाई.
उसको देखो 16 पे देखो कितना था 11-5 था ना शायद.
हाँ 11-5 डायरेक्ट लगातार 5 मैच जीते. फिर ये 12 पे अटक गए थे. 12-2 फिर 2 लेके गए. 1-2
and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there.
Loita अच्छा खेला यार Loita.
Like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately, but come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments?
नहीं मिड राउंड नहीं, मिड मैच. मतलब मैं वैसा बोल रहा हूँ कि जैसे आप बोले ना टाइम आउट, सिर्फ टाइम आउट में नहीं करता है, उसमें भी करता है. जैसे मैच
खत्म होने के बाद
हाँ जो टाइम रहता है राउंड खत्म होने के बाद, राउंड शुरू होने के बाद Speaking
about him going back on the duelist, some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spam those smokes, especially the way the BBL were playing. Honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Kreven was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like a... I think it was a 1v4. Were absolutely insane rounds. And if the rest of the tournament is going to be like this, I mean, the bar is already incredibly high for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think one thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime. The timeout that was used in overtime by BBL.
We will be back soon.
अरे माँ का अच्छा हुआ अपन ने देखना चालू कर दिया। इनका कुछ हुआ है क्या?
वो अभी तक चालू नहीं हुआ क्या?
नहीं।
ऑर्गेनाइजर। अरे ये चालू हुआ क्यों नहीं रहा? हुआ क्या? दिक्कत क्या था इसमें?
ट्विटर पे आएगा, रुको देखता हूँ मैं। आप लोग को डिस्कॉर्ड में ऐड किया है क्या? राजा इन्होंने।
देखो क्या?
उसमें कुछ न्यूज़ नहीं है। देखो।
चेक नहीं किया।
राइट गनवड़ी मांगो राजा सीधा।
राइट गनवड़ी एनसी तो ही ना देगा।
जैसे उसको दिया था, किसको क्या दिया था? टेमेट तो दिया था, थोड़ी कलर तो
टेमेट तो प्रो है ना भाई, तो नियॉन
बामोस के पास है।
हाँ, बामोस के पास तो कब का है, वो लगाता नहीं, वो बात अलग है। भाई नेशन कप का कनाडा का टीम देखा कोई? सुमन,
किसका?
नेशंस कप में कनाडा की टीम,
वो मार्डा टेंस वो सब।
हाँ भाई, मार्ब जोनापी भैंस।
अरे यार तो आउट ऑफ स्टॉक है।
क्या खरीद रहा है?
आइसक्रीम।
तू साला आइसक्रीम हो गया तेरे पे।
अमूल का ट्रू करके आइसक्रीम भाई मैं डेली खा रहा हूँ। अब तो 50 रुपए का आता है भाई, 2-2 मंगा तो खाते रहता हूँ। मजा ही आ गया खा के, मेरा फेवरेट बन गया है भाई। साला बाकी क्वालिटी बहुत इतना अच्छा है नहीं, अमूल का बहुत सही है।
राजू वो लगा ना, ये क्यों लगा है?
Rounds in the pocket from the first half, we should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of the squad like that who had success early on in the league here and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself.
इसमें से दो लोग को तो मैं वैलो होस्ट करते देखा हूँ, इसको नहीं देखा हूँ ना। राइट वाले को सबसे
goldfish memory, you got to be able to put these behind it because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant, it's a question of composure. And we know, we've seen them have success already. It's not like they're known
वेगस देखेगा तो साला कहेगा अरे मेरे को बॉल चाहिए था।
good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on Lotus, and how much are they going to learn about how that worked out, because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations, because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL will battle back here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
ये क्या है? अच्छा पता मैंने सोचा जापानीज गाना की जगह रहेगा
ना क्वांटिटी इतना अच्छा तो चाइनीज कहते थे और जापानी में है भी नहीं क्या मतलब हुआ उस सब करने का
क्रंचीरोल तो पहले वो था ना पायरेसी वेबसाइट था
जापान में नहीं है वो क्रंचीरोल
अरे पहले पायरेसी वेबसाइट था साला फिर इन्होंने अपना ओटीटी चालू कर दिया Valo खेल रहा है नोबड़े
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kuku.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one also because of the bar that we were speaking about that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They try to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been banning it, but Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, you know, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time again. So I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Again, but this could be what we want. Okay, so Turkish Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset.
Exactly.
That's what we want to see,
There's
people.
a plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right, let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. As again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks, because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're going to, you know, playing in a different role. So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that is also the way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely. And I think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me, on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them that he can't afford to fall off. Or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse, the ecos and whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the agent select coming through.
Oh, chamber!
It's getting spicy for EDG.
And the Sage!
And I love the Sage here.
I love this!
See, no, you asked me, Kakuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I love this.
But on the side of BBL...
Sage, God. Okay. Seriously, I want this to be an absolute stump from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half. They have to attack into Cypher Deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality. Only the Phoenix there is that solo duelist. So I think this first half is going to be crucial for that double senti of BBL to be able to build up some numbers, put a real stop to EDG.
Yeah, again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL, alongside RRQ and 100 Thieves, which will play later on. You want to get that great start here, and for EDG, they were on the back foot and showed the spirit of a champion, forcing that overtime time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up. As you said, it's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's on the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Yeah. Especially for them on the attack will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site, just play for that plan and then just play for the post-ban. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and play them. I want to know, though, for that post-ban, how aggressive they're going to be.
All right, here we go. Already 1 map win here for China as a region. They only had 2 map wins overall all of last EWC. Let's see what happens here. We're going into Ascent, EDG and BBL.
So गए क्या राज भाई?
Alrighty, it's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was anything to go by, well, it was.
PCT का live करना भाई, जल्दी होता है सब.
But Kakuka said she wants to see a blowout for EDG, a one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now Bayer's starting to do it too. I feel like there's a full conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kang already
chamber
managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well. We're
Rose hagna chalu
in towards the site, but it seems like Kang has them covered in the pistol.
Rock and Lloyd up with it all to do, and well, for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kong. Could even be a knife kill being plated up, but he's going to grab the easy one, confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already, and Larocque with it all to do. Should be impossible and proves to be 1-0. This pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side, as you heard from Big Time earlier on.
मैं तो अब EDG को कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि जल्दी मैच खत्म हो जाएगा फिर.
We've seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve.
और नहीं होगा, नहीं तो third match पे जाएगा फिर game.
On the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to, normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly. When it comes to that defensive side, already Kankan has managed to walk into this. Round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collapse. It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already, though, getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary prospect. That's building up now as the run it back.
Of course, Kankan is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play.
Kankan ने jet नहीं लिया इस map में.
Very clean round for EDG, but I understand BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works. Kankan really sealed the deal without any danger exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first two rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A bye for both teams and a strong third round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full bye here. McConkon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, we need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with one.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape, and now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now you have that barrier mesh put into play. Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players in position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate.
Rose,
They're not even looking at him. It's
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been going the other way. Now the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem, and also they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with the wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well.
Sala BBL kya demotivate ho gayi kya?
But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great Rose gone there. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have run with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. A 3-0 start and a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well,
no
ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them, so now they're built up for this round. And there you go, run it back, just try and send it through some of that utility. Coming in, oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The Bucky on the side, then they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more. And then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
ये BBL का ये था ना? नहीं, EDG का था. किसका था ये मैप? किसने चूज किया था?
EDG.
The Rock. Annihilation is available. But it's picking a time to use it that'll be more important.
Hey, kya hua?
Definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top. Then use the Annihilation. Tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward. And Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into the should be tough. Exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, as well. And then that deadlock utility not only helps on a main run out into a sonic sensor and get stunned, for Lloyd to slam dunk it home, and then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also so when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. The defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off LaRock, catching them off guard and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take again, though. That sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear Rock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage. And sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through.
इनको भाई ये कर लेना चाहिए यार.
And mid is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double sentinel,
अभी कर रहे हैं. पहले कर लेना था.
Slowing you down on the A site.
मुश्किल होगा.
Nobody on the B site.
वहाँ बैठा हुआ है, काकन बैठा हुआ है.
And a trap waiting there.
नहीं नहीं काकन नहीं बैठा है वो. कौन है वो?
Ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lovers Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Been hitting one here could be enough.
12 seconds.
मेरे को लगा था रॉक पेल देगा.
Rotating this way, still doesn't have any friends to
किचन
play
में
with
कुछ खाना
वो
बना रहा था. अच्छा.
Try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lovers Rock, not so much. He's been having a good day.
Well, there was a point, what, like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny. It's been a rough day for Rose.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind, like behind the front lines.
Yeah.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on, because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in VCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopper block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today, because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left, it was a devastating loss. But Lovers Rock, the man who replaced, quickly became a new member, an adopted version of that family. And the thing is, I think it wouldn't be the same without Rose in it. You'd have that firepower, but you would lose so much more. Now, a good couple of rounds, like not just, okay, you're looking at scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side. And that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, Headhunters on Concon's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Concon back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass to Will. Pass to.
Oh. I know what that means.
Okay. No time to explain.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my strategy. Unless it's a bad thing, in which case it's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Initial contact on B. B players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you oh, no, it's not! In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL. Oh, LaRock was walking up to it to have a little look.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2. Previn, he's trying to save the day though. The problem though is if they can get the spike, they can leave. Oh, a res there, yeah, I was about to say, that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken. Concon's retrieved the gun, the res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively. And he's been spotted, rotating in towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is a completely different story.
So no chances for the res in the end. Plant to come through. Concon goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split. An op on the retake as well. Lover's Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Concon in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's been spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Kraven's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lover's Rock there for both of the final kills. But a big round from Kraven gave them this chance.
Oh yeah, they should have been dead to rights. Was it 3 picks going the way of the attack side in quick succession? 2 for Concon. Was perfect. Nobody then wins a fight, and then Kraven just turns the round on its head. Mr. Impact himself saving them once again, and oh, it's going to be that lead slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG. Obviously, what we can say is it doesn't matter too much because we've seen what they can do in the second half on a defensive side, but I'm sure after going that far into the lead, they will have wanted to at least look to try and convert the half.
Pausa técnica, mola. We'll be taking a breather, but what we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
it's not about food. He knows nothing about food.
No, absolutely not. Although,
no.
Ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan of
intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key? Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of those sentinels. Kraven, not so much with the utility. No more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there, even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear there could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break the wall if he's there. He'll give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate. And now we've got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco. And I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still hold onto the lead, but you're starting to see, as you were sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense, the awkwardness that it can create, and
क्या वो टाइम आउट भी है क्या?
Even just again, like seeing that operator have impact from Lovers Rock, it makes me quite happy.
Time out लिया है.
We talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately, and when Yora was nerfed, it was clear that he had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the best, definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change, and that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable, some weak performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that now, leaning more, even more so into the operator, and especially on defensive sides, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot, oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lovers Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round.
LaRock क्या kill रहे हैं ना
sitting back and waiting.
No smoke.
So they take it to them.
Okay, they got smoke.
अच्छा मार रहे हैं.
भाई मिड में आगे जाके LaRock से मार
Normally you might send a player in, they get traded, rest them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far,
Odin.
Been a rough.
साला रोज Odin ले लिया उसका एम नहीं लग रहा है.
In the previous.
Yeah, क्या कर रहा है
sword? A different task, and Loiter has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful for BBL. Walking up behind, Lovers Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining two are in serious trouble. I think the net catching one and LaRock finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout. The breather that we had a moment ago. It wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches. But this is the way the players
क्या पता दूसरे चैनल पे एक और लाइव कर दे साले ये सब इनके क्या है
And as I said, after
वाला मैच का क्या हुआ बे?
Back of passive play, I don't think EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one coming. Nor should they have.
One in OT. Is this the first tactical pause we've actually seen from EDG?
They did take one in overtime.
Okay.
I believe.
In regulation,
actually, it could have been because they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
you're right.
I think we didn't see that one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side. EDG took a single one, but after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner at which they're losing them. Like irritating, using res to get it back, irritating, and then being full flanked. That's a problem, and it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with.
वो क्या कहते हैं FNS उस पे आ गया 100 three वाले मैच पे.
वो तो वही देखेगा.
Barriers up again after the timeout. Round number 9.
इतना लेट.
That to take the lead. Lovers Rock not going to hit the shot to start with. Going back in. Flash. Well done for someone to get around that corner, but this madman is going in once more.
Oh no, hell no.
A little bit too much. He's punished
I guess.
massively. This is it's against pistols. And now you're playing up close. Rose, if you're a madman, they've allowed a flank again. What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay. They've gone pushing on short against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just pull them off to bed. Never mind. He's at least going to be dealt with, but still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear. See you later, Rose.
Odin चलता ही नहीं है.
On this site alone.
क्या चल रहा है आज?
Serious pressure being rounded.
रोज का दिन खराब है आज भाई.
He goes for the player behind.
रोज का दिन खराब है.
रोज का ना. हाँ रोज चुप गया है. उसको राजा ही मेरे को लगता है उसको रिटायरमेंट का टाइम आ गया.
उसका तो पहला मैच ही है.
It makes sense.
2 किल किया है बंदे ने.
But yeah, this I think just call a timeout if you're BDL. Because what the hell was that?
Trip nikala bhai.
Trip, I can't believe. A triple peak.
Well, also
not 3 players,
the third one.
3 peaks back to back.
Okay, I still don't like it, but if he was full HP and he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like...
He had 45 HP, I think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy to try and attempt it.
To then push short as a response after... To also leave the space during that fight for a mid-flank, to then push short. It's... Actually, the short push is probably just... the right play in response to everything else. He just lost the fight.
Did he see the scope? I don't know. He did.
भाई
bro
मेरे साथ ऐसा होता लगता नहीं उसका हाल
but it hasn't worked. Trading. Jenny's just traded himself.
Oh no,
बच गया जेनी बच गया.
What would have been the dead in a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it except a disadvantage in the end. This time early aggression favoring EDG, and now EDG just sitting back. They have the advantage, they have the spike.
There's no need for them to overthink
this, and as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into a 3v1 continue to increase.
कर दिया तो सब कुछ माफ हो जाएगा सब.
Plenty of time to play with.
एक important round में करेगा.
The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site, very low. Maybe not for him, but very low.
Rose अंदर है ना?
There is grouping up, playing it together.
Right पे ना?
At least a little bit more interesting steps will be heard. Rose at the back of the site. Teammate just eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it. But do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not.
Oh,
and that's where the IGL
भाई हगा तो फिर भी पता है. ओवन को पहला shot, पहला bullet miss, the first bullet.
But hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them.
उसने इंतजार किया बोले इसका तो मुंह बंद है. पहले उसको फेल देता हूँ.
उसको पहले फेलता हूँ. लेकिन उसमें पहला फर्स्ट बुलेट मिस देखो.
देख रुक गया उसको पहले उसको दिया.
To fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with fully Let's play. Instead, EDG on the push. Found success. You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only
उसको confidence मिल गया राज रोमियो.
We talked about their inability to
बहुत उल्टा सीधा बोल रहे थे आप. उससे 1v1 करोगे?
And now your ability to
नहीं मैं श्रीराम भाई को भेजूंगा. मेरी तरफ से शेयर भाई को भेजूंगा.
देखेंगे BBL Lovers Rock versus EDG कौन जीतता है? अरे लौड़ा.
A lot of players.
Cypher का 1v एक्टिवेट हो गया. ड्रोन किया था शायद.
ओ ये बच गया.
बच गया दोनों. अरे
ले स्मोक में पेल दिया उसको.
ये क्या था?
कुछ भी.
आ गया.
He hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
ये जा रहे हैं. नहीं मिड जा रहे हैं.
ये जाएगा.
जाना
तेज है.
Concon's going to go exploring it.
ठीक है समझा?
वो वॉली के ऊपर चढ़ा था ना. रिवील दे दे भाई.
Pick over the top of the wall, and Loiter was just sat there looking at the window like the whole round, like yeah, but I know you're up there.
मरेगा क्या?
मरेगा. बाजू वाला. रोज क्या कर रहा है भाई रोज?
The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go.
Oh भाई.
Striking from behind again. Rose just.
अरे मैं ये राजा भाई गुस्सा चला रही उसको हैं? ये सब सही नहीं करते हो आप समझे?
He just backstab kills.
जलवा दिखा रहा है अभी आप.
That was just well played. He hits the
ट्राई करेगा
okay,
आपका.
no one's going to be looking at this.
वो ना राज रमिया उल्टा सीधा बोल रहा है मेरे को.
Even if he died, there was enough time that his team
बहुत
would
उल्टा
be able
सीधा
to
सुन
deny the
लिया.
spike anyway.
अब तो एडिट बनाना पड़ेगा रे तुम. राजू में जहाँ नूब बोल रहा था उसके बाद ये 3K और 3K.
No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just
कट करके वो वाला कितना बढ़ेगा. रोज अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा है.
Just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. Sweet dreams, the Con, and that it will be.
Kankan तो गया
And a 7-5 half looking more and more likely from 4-0 down. It's been an impressive recovery.
रोज कहाँ कर रहा है वो? रोज कर रहा है कि nobody ने किया?
BBL have struggled.
Nobody
definitely won't be a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe just a little bit.
ओ बच गया रोज भाई तो वो भी हंस रहा है, वो भी हंस रहा है.
We saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately,
कास्टर भी हंस रहा है.
उसको ले ला वेंडल नहीं चल रहा उससे ना वो नहीं चल रहा है.
बोल दे भाई ब्रॉक की आत्मा घुस जाए उसमें.
आज तो मैच है ब्रो.
नोबडी अकेला बचा है ना.
At this point, you know, you keep the gun, you keep.
सेव कर रहा है क्या? सेव कर रहा है सर.
सेव ही करना चाहिए वैसे तो. पैसा तो है नहीं उनके पास. तो 1950, 100, 250.
Well, his slow pace has avoided the net at least.
But there are
4 players between nobody.
Oh, double pick.
Hey,
there will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half. A big recovery from BBL indeed.
राज भाई ज़्यादा जोश में नहीं आते हैं फिर BBL चुनने एंड में जाके.
They've already built up a lot of runway. Just a little bit more chiseling away. They've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
वो देखो उनकी टीम में बस कांग से नीचे है रोज.
5 rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah.
ये 2 या 3 राउंड में तो निकाला है.
बोले मेरी किस्मत खराब है.
पहले बॉटम फ्रैग ही कर रहा था.
हाँ. ये पिछले 2 मैच में निकाला ना उसने जब से ये लिया.
जब आपने बोला है उसको गुस्सा लगा है आपको उस पे.
I've never really been convinced by their attack side. You look at them when
नहीं ओडिन के पहला मैच में भी उसने मारा था ना.
ओहो.
A 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack 4-8. But that's enough to win the map 13-11.
ये बहुत गंदा लगा था रोज का भाई. इसके बाद वो आया पता है क्या? वो जब उसको घूम के मारा था ना. उसके बाद वो बोला अब मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया.
लारो को
हाँ ये वाला सीन देखे ना तभी.
Who is hitting? It's going to be much harder going into the second half.
RRQ 100 थी उससे चालू हो गया है भाई.
Without a doubt.
This is where
EDG find a whole lot more of an upside. For BBL, like we said, a 7-5.
वो गानी बकवास है रे सुमन.
Composition has its drawbacks when it comes to making that push. BBL have their drawbacks when it comes to making those pushes as well. So when we get into that second half, you want to keep your eye out. You want to see Rose keep up that strong performance he's been having so far. Chance on the attack side and slip behind them perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine.
सबके सब बैंड.
ये क्या रोज? ये लग रहा है रोज.
This map especially contrasted to the previous.
नहीं रोज तो BBL का है ना.
I think now though that you go into this
राज भाई ये सब जल्दी सीखो आप.
becomes a pinnacle part. For the side of the sort of entries in towards the site. Like they don't have a lot really to set them up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like they've got so much available to them in post plant. It is quite difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
इसमें वो डबल
defensive side.
रिवील हो गया.
ये वो रिकॉन भी नहीं तोड़ पा रहा है इसमें.
In the same boat, but
वो डर गया.
रिकॉन पे 3 गोली मारा है उसने.
और
रिवील भी हुआ है. इसका रिकॉन तो एक बार में टूटा. देख लिया इसको.
That is a big pickup though by Lover's Rock.
Yeah, that was an attempt from Kankan to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do it.
Flash.
It's going to be everything. It's a quick trade. I think for BBL that's okay. Keep the man advantage alive. And now they head into the site of Gianni. Playing Jenny.
That he is. Paranoia, that's great. Caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway. The Rock just spams away, taking it with ease, finding the plant, leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the map, miles away. And they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact up. Clock is going to bleed quicker.
This is the problem. Like even in a pistol round where you don't normally.
उसको पता है ये जैसे ही फोड़ेगा ना वो फेंकेगा पता है.
It's just so much time bought. The net is going to do the same. You have to take the time to remove it. Paranoia then does the same, and it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity maybe, but no, it is LaRock who's going to be able to get 4 kills, and that's so much more important.
कीचो ऐसा क्यों कर रहा है खेल रहा है मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
Few real entry tactics they have.
मार तो रहा है.
The annihilation. That
मार रहा है
so irritating to play against.
मारना important नहीं है ना राज भाई.
उनको playing a passive position. There are so many, especially because you can bounce it. You can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time, and if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's just so much better on the attack, I feel like. At least thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah, you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy. And while you're breaking him out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear. Great. Big upside for BBL.
Okay.
Well, they've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols, of which there is another.
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
Didn't he pull out a shock dart when he saw him? He saw him and then went, hold on, I can get this guy. Old-fashioned, medieval style. What the hell? Well, that's not worked out, has it? Stage heal as well. Nobody went from 10 HP
you know what that
dead
is?
to
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man.
I will not
if
kill him
nobody
while
gets a
he's in my
4K and wins this round.
He got healed as well, so he's not even low anymore. That's tickled me. That's tickled me a lot. Good paranoia. Yenny's now going to get rid of Lloyd to LaRock. Still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage, but nobody's still standing. Another shock time, and he gets rid.
Oh no. Oh hell no.
Oh, the free kill. Not so free.
कास्टर भी रोज को रोस्ट कर रहा है भाई. मजे ले रहे उसको भाई.
गंदा रोस्ट
from
कर रहा है.
market, maybe just about 10. Yeah.
अरे तो आप लोग प्रो प्लेयर्स ये समय करते हैं ना, वो एक्सपेक्ट हो भाई शॉट डॉट लेके आप आ रहे हैं.
It works. Nice cross coverage by Lover's Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive, I don't mind it that much, but the timing is awful. Nobody had just slipped past the angle. LaRock has ult. Like, this is still winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low. 50 HP effective. Doesn't take a tag there at least. Still not going to pop that ult. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate and the spray. So close.
No way.
20 HP left unsigned, but it's enough.
Just let him die.
We good. We good.
Oh hell.
Yeah, you should have died earlier, bro.
Oh,
No. Be alive. I need to.
That was rough to नहीं pick लेना.
He had so much time.
Don't show the Rose one, please. Please don't show the Rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you to our replay ops.
He's just like, see you later, bro. He's giving him the orb. Giving him the orb.
That's so kind of him.
Yeah, look, and because of that,
but he's 2 away. Yeah.
2 away.
Could have given
good orb management.
Yes. Phenomenal.
Could have had a gun, but
yeah, the credits are a bit low actually.
Oh, Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get, I think you said 4K, ended up with 3, but nobody was definitely the difference maker. Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And then the swing out. Oh dear. LaRock is still hitting. LaRock is definitely still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. Lover's Rock takes a little long on the first, but he's left nobody. Desperately low. 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. Heal at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by both. Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal. Priming in his back pocket. But he didn't care. He took the risk. And well, it's almost paid off. 1 more man to deal with. Look at this from nobody and Chichu. They're backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. LaRock might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce soon as he tries to plant. Seems like LaRock is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even... That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know. At least giving himself a little bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap back round behind. Nobody's aware. Try to connect the shots. 14 health, and he's managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to 1 versus 1. Him versus nobody. And he finds the shot again. LaRock is on fire as it stands, and he is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a share of 2 players
pushing.
And he finds both blinded as well near side. So he saw just saw the kill feed light up.
क्या गुंडा बनोगे भाई साहब? क्या हो गया आपने देखा ही नहीं राज भाई?
And probably shouldn't have ran there
देखना था ना राज भाई.
It was a mistake, a silly one. But especially with LaRock, 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. For a round away. Times. Facing off against pistols, this could be double digits. Had it for BBL in the last map, and they won round that just as dangerous when they have pistols. Say the same thing for EDG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury.
Nowhere to run!
Right away. Oh my! Nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for LaRock. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great. If not, he's going to come back. But look who's sitting. Patiently waiting. Beautiful play for LaRock.
ये पागल हो गया बंदा.
Managing.
अकेले कैरी कर दे रहा है भाई.
Yes, ले ले.
Yes, ले लिया भाई.
ले लिया रे. पागल हो गया रे.
ये क्या?
रोज को सिखाओ रे गेम प्ले.
But now he's dominating in this server.
Especially considering the Hunter's Fury picking off 2, leaving weapons to be recovered as well. The run it back used, LaRock catches it with the ultimate, steps in, kills the teammate, waits for the ult, and finishes out with 5. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. Of course, he is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30. Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest, though, I'm looking at... Oh, Rose getting 1. But also, LaRock still standing. Rose, in fact, gets another.
Oh?
Okay, maybe an unexpected
Rose
hero.
He's been
having a bit of a rough game.
तूने बोला था अभी.
To bring it back.
हाँ, मैंने
बोला. Rose नीचे ऊपर. Rose गया.
Yeah, neither. Re-aggressing with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost be the hero on his own in this round, but he's dealt with, and Gianni, okay. That's a wake up.
EDG साला छोड़ नहीं रहा है गेम.
पता नहीं क्यों ऐसा लग रहा है उसकी किस्मत खराब है भाई.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next?
फंस जाता वो यार.
Gianni. As you said, he had been a little
आज इसका दिन नहीं है राजू.
मेरे साथ भी ऐसा होता है यार.
PRX वाला मैच चालू करो रे.
That's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Gianni. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate. Once they crack the code. This is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Concon's been deleted right away. Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with LaRock. Like, you kind of expected him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expected to see a lot more coming out from Kankan on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
Wyatt here, he'll be brought back into the round, given a second chance, a second lease of life. B site, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from LaRock.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Yeah, this is a chance to sit them right back down. After a big round from Jenny already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now. Still 4 players within this site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they can still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons instead, though. Nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. But Lloyd just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotation from Market, so he's got to go through main. Instead, he doesn't have the time. He's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G struggling now to put the credits together. A couple orbs found, nobody, but he's still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP in Kankan's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
Get to see that superstar value.
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh. Trying to slow them down on the other side. Kankan has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him. Loiter's done well once again. Kankan's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value, and still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Kraven is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loida comes through to help out. LaRock as well. Yeah, they realized Kraven's in danger, and they came to his aid.
अभी फिर से तो नहीं हक देंगे ना ये लोग. पहले भी तो 11 पास थे.
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well, because I'm not sure Loiter did touch that at all. I
thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible unless it was still in the smoke. But you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though. This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. LaRock is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of LaRock, and if you don't like BBL, you probably hate LaRock because he is horrible to play against.
BBL जीत गया, पता नहीं बाल 12
already waiting, even just taking the flash. This one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure. Is delivering the super something too. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they definitely didn't choke one of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give them one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. And now,
oh hell no.
hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
चला देता कोई ना कोई ठुक जाएगा.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down and that leaves Chichu isolated. Already getting caught up, of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we gotta say, we gotta say sorry to anybody out there who was hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG. All of the traders put in their place from EMEA, and now BBL have a chance to take this 2-1. They've got another opportunity, but this
100 thieves और
अटक क्यों रहा है ये?
Way to the third map, isn't it, Degon?
That's right. Map choice, which has been so fascinating here, given how.
ये ना group B.
So far, feels like he's getting almost every single
group A लगाना है.
that there has to be. The mid-split begins once again. Cushy getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking him, and Timotino turning around, getting the 3K. What an insane round by Timotino.
He's playing with his food at this point. The jet up on the defense is well and truly taking over the game. There is no recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol have hit a pretty big dry spell. 100 Thieves, nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game. The operator is having ridiculous impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3 at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that third run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup. None of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall. Paranoia's exchange on both sides do give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back, and the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived to the party, and it's another flood and a shutdown from 100 Thieves.
Oh my god, that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight, and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in, and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that. The drone, the IGLing, all these setups have made so much sense for 100 Thieves.
Back towards B main then. A bit more of a singular approach here. But Timotino straight down the peak in towards tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Chemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves. Xfero caught on the cross, now into a 2-on-2.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They know that they don't have any information here unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat. But both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Problem is, RQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access to the res, but they just give it over to Cushy. I don't think they're too interested in it for the time being. Does have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least 1 dark cover into the retake here as RRQ up to play on site.
Kind of crazy they're playing on site with the Sova ult, not using it as their winning condition, especially because of the time taken. by 100 Thieves here, but this 2v2 retake. Crazy Guy spotting, getting the pick onto Bang immediately. And now Cryo in a 1v2. Both these players huddled up, turtled up, bottom side, they get the pick. But Kushi ends it, and RRQ finally another round to end this half.
Yeah, a big drive. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always on top of the information game. Especially running through a brick wall with that Veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable 2-on-2. Nice pivot back towards the A side gives them at least 4 rounds on this attacking side. That's not terrible given the comp they're playing. Now they're going on to defense with, this double senti comp. There's still potential here for RRQ to get this one done, but the pistol will be very important with how far behind they are.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1, Sage on the other side, going to use that wall probably off of noise, off of contact, or just off of A timing. But for these players from 100 Thieves, they're also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid control with Cryo from Tiles here, and it's looking a little bit interesting. Now again, 100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's very North American, is it?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually the North American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely like a Fnatic Gen look from back in the day, just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages though. I don't think I saw a single frenzy purchase this entire last stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the Bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the Frenzy. So actually, you're right. I don't think I've seen it that often, but for this team, I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games, into the mid rounds, because they're just so good at understanding a lot of their set plays, understanding their positioning as a team, and being able to just play together. So Asuna, and Timitino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. There's the Thieves getting ready for some A main control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately trading. Really good reactions to take that A main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a beautiful flash curveball into that A main. And Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna. He's walking up on the line. This is really cinematic stuff as Zan is able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timitino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP, does have the Sheriff to work with. In comes the dark cover. It's incredible. In towards A main. I've got tears in my eyes. Timitino to walk out onto this A main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timitino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that they've cleared out middle, so he's definitely going to have to peek into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the way of RRQ. They've now won both. But 100 Thieves, they have some rounds to work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into A main. And then they punished as well because that spike got dropped. And all of a sudden that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timitino try to go for a pick off that Cat now into the second round. Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jumping on the line, waiting out that Sova dart, at least trying to find the timing straight through it. Here comes the paranoia. Oh my god, crazy guy! When you chill out, that is a big problem. As Kushi at least able to deal with the Phoenix who was going for the orb. Xpharaoh finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now
उनका चालू होगा third match.
to a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Kushi able to...
हो गया.
Why are you charging less than
देखने में मजा आ रहा है.
Why pay over $2,000?
वो देखने में ज़्यादा मजा आ रहा है.
Going the way of RRQ.
वो अपन starting से देख रहे हैं.
Starting से देख रहे हैं. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more than one player that were following up, ready to go. But at least the stage ball went down unbreakable with those pistols, essentially. But now, 3 of the...
ये है ना? चल नहीं रहा है अभी.
हाँ, नहीं चालू है अभी.
And up close gets nothing. That is a bit outrageous. Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these two duelists is so phenomenal. The flash going in, Timotino taking that wider angle. Asuna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that they're doing. Now, just holding, being patient, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from RRQ, but it looks like that re-aggression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid-smoke, trying to hear any information, but 3 RRQ players gambling the wrong side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch. Timotino posting up on the spawn side. RRQ. Gamble is stacking on the wrong side of the map. But if anything now on the bonus, just looking for a couple of guns in damage.
कुछ मिलेगा क्या ये देखने से?
On this B main flank.
कुछ मिलेगा क्या official?
Trying to get any of these weapons down for 100 Thieves, but looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere, but 3 of these RRQ players playing for exits, actually, towards this spawn side. Xfero trying to play that off angle, try to get a pick. But this is well played by 100 Thieves so far. Just holding, re-hitting, waiting for any aggression. They're all going to be going towards the side of Xfero, and hopefully he can get 1 or 2 of those guns down just to do a dent in their economy.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of the best places to play exits. On the defense. Oh, giving that frag over to Asuna does get himself the runner back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ.
Morning Star. ये श्रेयांश भाई है ना ये? Morning Star.
Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just... And domino effect all kind of fell down. And 100 Thieves now in a very strong position going into the first gun round of their attacking side.
Yeah, lots of rounds to work up, but this right here, that was really nice here. Asuna immediately getting the pick onto Xfera, denying any of those exits was really nice. Run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator on the side of Jemkin, who's holding it towards that mid, but he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back, and the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
Great cages in from Cryo there. Not able to allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tucking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now
3v3.
2-3 post plant.
Yeah, no smokes there for the side of 100 Thieves to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the Vito, but Bang here, going to put a smoke down at the right time, walks into the smoke, gets the pick onto Jemkin, but Xfero immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick, and Xfero actually getting 3 through that smoke at tree.
Yeah, evolution off the back of the defuse as well. That's a really nice retake for RRQ here.
साला second match से ये हो जाता है
in towards this next round. 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment.
Round change. ये थोड़ा सा defending है ना राज भाई.
Have a chance to at least damage or reset the economy here of RRQ. Definitely not done yet. This game very much hanging in the balance.
I think 100 Thieves had a really good idea here, especially speeding up after that first pick, getting that split on lock. But the problem was just crossing into that site. They didn't have anything because they used those cages towards mid to deny Jemkin. And Bang, of course, didn't have any smokes left because he used that initial one towards mid and then another one towards that tree so they could cross. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones and the timing. But Jemkin going for a B main pick here, but he's not going to find anything because Cryo's just playing super passive.
Got a lot of value out of this Cypher utility, has to be said. Both teams kind of exchanging control of the mains, at least initially. Here comes the wall from Crazy Guy, who will play on top of it. Cryo just biding his time for the time being, while the rest of his team lies in wait inside of A main. 100 Thieves just tickling this A site, still kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very, very nice little dark cover shock dark combo. And it does seem like the offense now heading back to meet up with Cryo as they know the Sage wall is going to go down relatively soon.
This is what we were talking about, where the defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util because there's so much delay. And 100 Thieves, they know that, so they're just waiting. Really good timing on the wall, though. You can see all 5 of these players cooked up already. The smoke is going to come down from Zan, but the contact play, there's only one of these players here on the side of RQ. Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much in his own. Nice pick. Onto as soon as he gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Zan has joined him on the side now, courtesy of the front shutters, and they're going to tuck themselves in nicely with that bunker smoke. Paranoia out. One exchange by Zan as 100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RQ. Jemkin, the operator just holding, trying to get a pick on anything. Whiffs on Cryo. The trade with the headshot is insane. And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that side, but they don't have anything else to clear. And 100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these picks. Holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
Creeping up on the line now, Vora, beautiful little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double digits. It's very dangerous in those clutch situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. 100 Thieves, that is a massive clutch to close. Both teams very low on money. Reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering
ऐसा गेमप्ले देख के वो वाला एजेंट खेलता है.
Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than it probably should have been.
Yeah, really nice calls all around. I like the RRQ idea of leaving Sage weak side, teleporting in when they need it. 100 Thieves, Vora just getting a spam through the smoke on Crazy Guy, but this is their eco round. They're thrifty, so it doesn't really matter. Timotino getting a pick onto Jemkin. They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto Xfero. They're going to, onto Zan. Cushy, I can't speak. This is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino was on his way to A main. Timotino is feeling very good about how this round is going. Timotino, before, he got himself a pick inside of B main. So 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this, though. Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the side there. And as such, 100 Thieves a little bit tentative, but they'll get the spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and 15 for him. But they've all been really impactful, I think. Granted, the last couple rounds, he's just been alone in a lot of these fights. But it doesn't matter, because 100 Thieves, they've almost secured this round. 4v2, 2 pistols on the line here. Zan trying to get one before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking off Cushy. Now 11-7 RQ. They're going to be back onto those guns. They're going to be back onto that buy round. I'm kind of hoping to see them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't like having so much heavy, understanding that Sage is going to be on that weak side, using that wall a little bit too early for my liking. I'd rather see a little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage and off of contact, putting that wall down, because right now 100 Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team at this point, as 100 Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here. RRQ.
ये कैसे बोल सकते हो? Not sure which team has
retained 4 guns out of that last round, so they built up a little bit of economy. It's going to take a little bit of elbow greasing here from RRQ to make inroads back into this game.
Slow है.
Since they're not, so you know they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially with this set T5, but I have to say, 100 Thieves
हम लोग को भी इंफॉर्मेशन
defensively
पता
and
रहता है ना किसका
offensively have just been calling
टाइम
an
आउट है
excellent game. This
किसका
feels
क्या
like their game on a silver platter, especially
पता
because
नहीं
they've
चल
got a
रहा
little bit of
इसमें
cash in the bag.
Yeah, it almost feels like they've anti-stratted this in a sense where they know a lot of the habits that RRQ is going
RRQ
to
का
be
ही होगा
doing.
और किसका हो सकता
That
है
sage wall not being a problem for them, and I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across Americas for so many years now, and him being on that sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play around that, how to abuse the fact that Sage is not that strong after that wall is down, and using the slow on a timings is the only way to kind of add more delay. But Jumkin, beautiful spot, getting the pick onto Timotino.
I'm not sure if he even saw him, to be honest. That might have just been pre-fire. Close range here is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scan him. I could have sworn it would have at that close range. Asuna just around the corner as the jump comes through from Zam. That might have been obscured by the Odin's man coming through from Crazy Guy. And indeed it was double up from Zan. And 100 Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Bora left with too much to do. And that is a good response from an RRQ who needs to start working their way back into this game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup that I like to see from RRQ. Having the Sage be there, playing off contact, baiting for that Omen Judge is around the corner. Looking really nice. Of course, Jemkin with that opening pick too contributed to that round. I think it's really interesting to see. But 3 ults online for the round of 100 Thieves. They could use these in order to pretty much cement a round. It is their winning condition at this point. But Crazy Guy with this slow at the start of a main.
Yeah, he's once again all on his own, being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the side. Does have the Sage Res to work with, as the rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B. But 100 Thieves just simplifying this round. Big group up into A main. And I think they're just going to send the runner back into side, or maybe the drone, and try to see if they can get themselves into a post plan.
Phoenix wall going up for this AXQ, but they're going to hear the drone and no information actually for RRQ. They don't know if these players have walked out onto site, but it doesn't matter because not a single player has rotated off.
They must have a really good retake plan. Spam coming through here from Crazy Guy, who may get caught by the Hunter's Fury. Runner back was chasing him down, even if that didn't finish off the job, and all of A Heaven has been cleared. Timotino now on a very dangerous line. And RRQ are very far out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B main info line right at the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations, and of course Crazy Guy getting picked off didn't help either. The delay wasn't there, but there's only so much you could do when they could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100 Thieves now in this post plan. Cryo getting a pick into the smoke. Timotino, everything's just going wrong for RRQ. The flood did not work. All these players are just hiding in these smokes and getting those picks.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a very strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that. And it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really play that. I think that 100 Thieves, the runner back through tree side and getting the jet on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. Like, it kind of shocks me that they didn't leave at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side of the map. Regardless, though, 100 Thieves now on map point here. Slow Orb going to slow them down a little bit. It's been good patience on the offense so far from 100 Thieves.
Timotino with that op, trying to get any info towards that mid while his team's working B main. Asuna with that curveball flash. They're going to hear the Sage slow towards that main. Tapping that orb, trying to get that ult online for Asuna because he is pretty far though, only 2 on the block. But now, 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan.
Omen का उसमें दिखता है ना किस साइड से है.
Very slow for 100 Thieves. A minute on the clock as they start to make their way towards big setup in towards A main from RRQ. Zan very much baiting for Jemkin, but that may not even be a factor. Drone pressure straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xfero. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense, clearing out B main.
Timotino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Big lurk pick from Timotino with the forward dash. Cushion cleans him up as a result, but this is going to be a difficult take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin Need to make sure they don't overcook this one with only 20 seconds on the clock. Nice trade back from Jemkin. Xfero from Heaven cleaned up by Asuna. With only 13 seconds, 100 Thieves are putting that spike down.
2v2, all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that this player is in a main. Asuna 1v2, but Jemkin gets the pick. 3K to win that round, and all of a sudden, 100 Thieves, they're not getting success in the end rounds of these games.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to get into the mix there. So, denied an opportunity to close this on that point. RRQ, I mean, this is just classic RRQ, honestly. They really like to drag out a game. They really like to struggle to get a game across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been a 100 Thieves game at any point in this offense so far.
Yeah.
I think they just took a little bit too long to get going there. The money is not great for RRQ, though.
No.
They're continually fighting for this game without a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves, too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that Thrifty. They're going to hear that same Sage Wall towards B main, and they're holding these two players towards A main, just seeing if there's any aggression. I think they're going to read that this is more of a mid-stack, because at this point, they have that full line on A. On B, they've heard that Sage Wall. They know this player is probably playing towards it. The drone coming in, trying to get some sort of info here for the side of 100 Thieves. They will spot out at least one player. It's Cushy on that A Heaven, but they're just playing it slow because, again, they know that Sage Wall is down instantly at the start of the round.
Yeah, just trying to bait out the Sage Wall, the interceptor from the Vito. Read what the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but thrown out from Heaven's side, very deep, doesn't really spot out too much info. He does have a dart to follow that up. Jemkin has taken a lot of space in middle. And 100 Thieves looking to simplify this round yet again. They don't have the drone to work with, though, so it might be a little bit harder to get into this A site.
30 seconds left.
The execute coming in for 100 Thieves. That paranoia going out by Zan. Good defensive util. The smoke on site. But Timotino's going to punish that. Asuna also getting a pick. Timotino pushing into Heaven with that updraft. Immediately getting one.
Crazy guy. And Xfero fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out onto Cushy. Spike goes down. What a one-tap there. Absolute gamer coming in from Heaven. What is that? The spam through in towards Hell puts it into a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ to be coming away with it. Xfero walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. We'll catch him with his back turn. This is an illegal retake from RRQ as the spike gets tapped. And they've been able to do a massive 4K from the RGL of RRQ. This game should have been well over already. That was entry into that was like a 2-on-5.
We literally need to study Crazy Guy's on Heaven because he's gotten one every single time on that angle. And it's been phenomenal, and I think 100 Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this.
वही करा ना उधर का 2 मैच देखा तो वही ज्यादा सही।
हाँ वही ज्यादा सही रहेगा। कौन सा बी था ना?
उसका लास्ट मैच भी है।
बी था ना?
ए मैच ए हाँ।
ए मैच था।
अरे ए है बता रहा हूँ।
ए पे।
अब समझ आया इसलिए आपने अभी तक
अच्छा।
साला सनसेट दिख तो रहा है।
ओह सुमन ये क्या स्कोर है? सुमन स्कोर क्या है?
अबे
7-1 BBL जी। अरे साउंड
struggling to get off the starting point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next game we see them, if they might go back to the comp from the first
बहुत
match.
पहले चालू हो गया ये तो अपन जब से वो देख रहे थे।
It being a stronger
बोला तो था
मैं तो
we
बोला
yet to
तो
see
कब
the
का
signs.
हम 3-1 पे बोला था।
But also, it's more so the other players. Like Chichu was great when playing Omen, has struggled elsewhere.
कौन खेल रहा है?
As well, haven't really seen too much from him on the Omen.
Oh, the scorecard देख के पता चला।
But it seems like speak into existence.
Lovers Rock मार रहा होगा।
Chichu's gone again. Lovers Rock, okay. He has been caught. His mid pushes haven't had too much success. A little bit hit and miss. Dead though. EDG have got it even, but you look at the ultimates that are online and they've got to be careful they don't end up walking into the rock.
Omen कैसा दिखता है
this? Hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive play. Rock the sensor. They could have walked past it, but
Chamber पकड़ लेगा
taking a fight with it online. But it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded like that.
3v4.
Now they can pincer from both sides on the retake. That's very early.
फिनिक्स कल्ट है, फिनिक्स कल्ट करना चाहिए।
या उसने उठा भी लिया, उसको अल्ट में उठा लिया वो।
Ideal. I like that from nobody. He's even going to break it free, but instead right to strike.
लौड़े में बुझ जम हो गया, लौड़े ने बुझ जम कर दिया।
रोस्ट था क्या? रोस्ट था।
But it's more so just the impact that it had.
Another
resurgence in a round that looked like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead they survived with 3 players.
अबे रोज 12-3 सुमन
Good idea from EDG.
मार रहा है भाई
12-3
up the split through mid.
ओ राज भाई
I do, and I understand why they
चमका दिया उसको।
because again, if that player peaks, you're still
तुमने नहीं, आपने भाई।
you are dead. Both of them get stunned up and gunned up right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh, they're behind me. Well, I can't just stand here and wait.
में चल रहा है
Can't even
भाई।
go spawn to retreat.
टॉप पे चल रहा है रोज
भाई,
टॉप पे चल रहा है
टॉप पे है भाई।
I'm going to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. Winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but EDG need to find their footing extremely quickly because they are slipping and it's a long way
रोज
down.
बोले मेरा
Denied by the
मेरा ये हो रहा है, रोस्ट हो रहा है, बताता हूँ अब मैं तुमको।
Weaponry is
रोस्ट कर रहे हो मुझे।
this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and the Rock playing on the edge of this smoke is definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear it. Surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging out. A second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. BBL continue their
hell
run,
nah.
and it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Jinchu was putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Kankan's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as it was about the comp, they lost 2 through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues. And pushing to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight. And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter, and then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident. It's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays. And they all pay off. 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half. And unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG. A desperate attempt to open the round. Blind fire. Nothing found. And the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen 2. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up.
That's a last round.
The join Lovers Rock. Ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk. Know exactly where their opponents are. Even having to just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
भाई क्या होगा अब?
The series we've had so far. BBL ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility, you're burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah,
ये कौन बोलता है commentary में वे?
From this BBL performance.
EWC वाले तो खतरनाक भाई भाई.
Popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption.
लेकिन इन्होंने भाई जितना रोज का मजा लिया ना भाई.
Flanks have been perfect.
बहुत भाई बहुत मजा
ज़्यादा ही biased था भाई ये सब. कुछ ज़्यादा ही biased था.
Every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked.
वो lighting का क्या जरूरत था सुमन, वो जो भी speaker type का है उसका आगे.
At times.
वही तो. वो है क्या बात?
कुछ तो seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be.
आधा ऊपर है आधा नीचे, कोई मतलब नहीं.
Not at all on any map, to be honest. Like coming here to Sunset,
कितना बज रहा है? 11 बज रहा है.
We're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11
Nobody, 5 banded, 1 banded, 2 banded.
LaRock 17 and 5 rows. More importantly, 16 and 4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists.
Yeah.
And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually
got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round. It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Con now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence. Not quite there. Stick around, and as Rose takes one. The sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight as you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plant can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. The X1 goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch. And Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of games that contribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit. But still, Signed to capitalize on those opportunities. He set himself up as the top front now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone.
अच्छा खेल रहा था.
कौन सा रिवील है साला?
कौन सा रिवील नहीं था? वो नेट वो था ना.
But nonetheless,
it's
something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically, gonna have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Signed.
Not the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own. Lovers Rock and Kreven, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside this A side.
Spawn.
Gonna be a crunch, but it's Con that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but they know it's a possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Jenny's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they
11-1 पे हकेगा क्या?
Any more? If this game goes on, if it goes on.
वैसे तो bonus है, maybe देखते हैं.
Feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next, and ult online here and now, though, 4 signed. The problem is looking at the map, it seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
I'll at least get the heal.
I
mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Gianni, and at least might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate. Run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done.
इनका हेवन था ना, सनसेट कैसे हुआ?
You would think because they invested so much. Still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks.
Match.
What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have 1 rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win. That's tough.
Very little. Stand-in.
I roast off like Suman.
Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a this round.
सुमन क्या बोल दिया तूने? मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला उसको, सुमन ने बोला.
That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG, and wow, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
First part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that rifle. So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect LaRock to be crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
Finish card down.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem. Izzo's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B side. Right now, Mike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's 1 for free. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3? Maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down. With 2 players waiting on the other side, with traps set ahead of him, he's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually LaRock is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL. And one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't
4 घंटे की स्ट्रीम हो गई भाई, 4 घंटे से ये चल रहा है भाई, चालू 1.5 घंटे लेट हुआ।
चालू ही तो साला।
We knew there was a chance for BBL to win when they took it dominantly.
5:30 बजे आना।
हाँ वो 5-5:30 बजे
मैच
आना।
चालू होगा, सुनो मैच चालू होगा तभी
We're going
आना।
to sunset. We're going to comfort for the old EDG, and now they were decimated. BBL warming up into the series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
हो गया नहीं, ये तो कुछ और चल रहा है। वो फिर क्या रात के 11 बजे चालू होगा क्या बे? हाँ इसके बाद वाला
आधे घंटे में बोल तो रहा है।
बोला क्या
24 मिनट में।
On this game was real? You don't think that?
I don't know, but I can't think about that right now, Puckett. We got a game to watch, man.
Second half का अच्छा
I'll let you play.
Hopefully soon.
I think our guys are locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles. Let's hand it over for our agent selection. Can I ask real quick before I go? Are Jet and Sova going to be in every single game today?
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of the other maps. We do have a little bit of a change-up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they played on Ascent. However, I'm wondering if they updated the agents from last game. Comes from last game.
That's my guess. It's from last game. It's a little hangover. We're just going to replace those graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm going to need a Bloody Mary right now.
I'm going to say there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the agent select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist, because again they've had so much time to prep, they may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of footage here on RRQ and how they do like to approach Breeze. The agent selected is actually what they're playing. They're going to start out on the attack side. So I guess this just does seem to be the kind of way that they want to be approaching things for the time being. So stylistically, we're going to get very much the same thing as what we saw over Ascent. Once again, RRQ will have to start on another attack side, and it's going to have to take a little bit longer. But I'm seeing Harbor Neon. Yeah, okay, there you go. The HUD has baited me for the 4th time. I'm getting whiplash.
लेके जाना पड़ रहा है।
The task at hand, RRQ dashing on into that A side. They do have a lurk waiting in the wings. It takes a little bit of chip damage onto 100 Thieves who are going for a quick flood onto this A side.
उसको तो ब्लूटूथ से उसका नेट से तो कोई काम ही नहीं है। उसको क्रोम पे करके या इसके अंदर कैसे भी कर लेना।
But Cryo is here to trade. 3 of those players on RRQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4, and all of a sudden Crazy Guy left in this 1v3. The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora gonna get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now that 100% pistol win rate for RRQ has gone down.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, honestly. That's a really nice retake from 100 Thieves, though. That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk, brought the high tide, and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you need to clear. And I don't think that RRQ really offered much resistance. They're now back down onto an eco, and unfortunately they got to take a little bit of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves.
सच है क्या? मेरे को लगा ऐसी है.
I'm just kind of interested to see how they're gonna farm who they're gonna farm them on. The dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough. Taking that A main space. The orb is gonna be picked up by Cushy now. Looking for another A execute again for this side.
Spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is not placing a Blaze wall as well. Soon are looking to once again try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Silencing that for the time being. He's being tagged up, going to dash back into safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferro himself, but Cryo with the late lurk on through from middle will give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good, able to just dance around those pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not over-peeking into those angles that he could get punished by, especially close Vora being so good, such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's always there, he's always rotating, he's always ready with a plan, and now we're going to see Cryo actually setting up onto this B site. And another, oh sorry, I was going to say another thrifty. The HUD almost threw me off again. I almost lost the HUD, but we are going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves, the op online for Jemkin.
Now up on the attacking side, and 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. One way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about, actually pushing the issue a little bit. RRQ for a pick and middle, sitting in a 1-3-1. Operator was spotted nicely by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read of what they're playing against now.
नहीं एफएनएस का YouTube पे करता ही नहीं था ना भाई, नहीं तो उसको भी आता ही।
नहीं मतलब EWC का जितना आ रहा है उससे ज़्यादा आ रहा है।
Not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information. Peeking through.
उसके बाद उसका information भी है बहुत, info बहुत है गेम के बारे में.
As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock, second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the side, catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt, doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left, and RRQ's done a really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there. Pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang, he's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
जब वो नहीं आने लगा कि तुम दोनों साइड स्ट्रीम कर सकते हो वैसे गोल स्ट्रीम
at least on one more weapon down, because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak gonna get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's going to go back towards that elbow, trying to catch some sort of exits here. Because again, 3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to be on some sort of weird buy. So exits going here.
Fashion for himself. Nicely timed pick from Jemkin to nice chance of catching those players darting back off the side. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun round. And then a really good
हेडफोन के पास है ना माइक इसलिए.
They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfectly killed.
लेकिन ये ना ये मैनेजमेंट इनका ना राजवीर उड़ा हुआ है.
Relay ball into the back left, and from there it's a little
ग्रुप का.
भाई स्कोर ही नहीं दिख रहा है. पता कैसे चल कितना
switching up their defensive setup, trying to fight for elbow. 3 of these players down. The run it down, run it back, pushing it all the way down towards elbow. Doesn't get a pick.
VALORANT कब से खेलने लगे रे तुम लोग?
Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams. 2 for 100 Thieves, and they're just going to re-clear towards the mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That is a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, yeah, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, they're on the outside of the door, and they killed both of those players. So I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there. Zan, going to pick it up. He's done a really good job of pinching that one. Next throw is still lurking over towards B. You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan. Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw.
Oh, no.
He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay. Back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here for 100 Thieves. They don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough. The spike is gonna go down. Community playing on these trap setups, these traps towards A. But of course, RQ, they know that there's a whole Cypher setup on A. They've ended towards B on purpose. Xfero here, backside, almost going to get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know that he's creeped all the way up yet. Nobody knows that Xfero gets a peek onto Vora. And now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into. And I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it in that next round. RRQ, good 2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them, and honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round, maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of timings it felt like where 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that mid line for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ here.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands, swinging it around the corner and trying to play for those frags. I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RRQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino, who had the op on the other side, was just unable to get anything. But again, another anti-eco, anti-thrifty here for RRQ, and they're walking towards the same main.
Zan up on the line.
8:30 बजे चालू हो रहा है ना पेपर एक्स्ट्रा। मैं भाई आइसक्रीम आइसक्रीम मंगा के बैठ जाता हूँ। अरे होगा ना, तुम लोग तो नहीं आते।
अरे टाइम बहुत हो जाता है वो, सादा कभी खेलेंगे ना
9 बजे तो नहीं होगा, 10 के बाद ही होगा। हम लोग का मैच चल रहा है अभी। पेपर एक्स का मैच खत्म होगा, पेपर एक्स का मैच वो खत्म होगा उसके बाद 2-0 हो गया तो जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा।
Isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4, trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind of low, 41 and 20 HP total for both of these guys. Using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero is actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Sphero getting both those picks.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. Have pivoted into the double duelist comp. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being picked up into this roster, they've kind of been playing around with playing double controller. They were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan. Stopping because of that molly, but being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets a pick onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova ult, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site, so as soon as going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information.
So RRQ just really slowing this round down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Harbor ult, though. Found one great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's being flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down.
अपन पेपर एक्स और एनर्जी का देखेंगे ना.
Yeah, they did a good job at flipping that side. Phoenix taking that mid control, trying to get a pick onto that Zan while he was falling back. Sorry, and it just felt like these players understood the aggression on the site because they took their time. They waited for Asuna to just make some sort of chaos, pull some of that pressure, pull some of the focus, and use the timing there. But of course, also Cryo getting a spam wall was kind of crazy too because that was the spike as well. But obviously into this next round.
नहीं संजय भाई, ये vitality और इसका मैच होगा स्ट्रीम में पे.
Full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RRQ wins this round, they might be forced onto another three here unless they get those picks.
इनका मैच यहाँ जो चल रहा है ये खत्म होगा उसके बाद
है भाई. Of util pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking, trying to fish for a bang here.
मतलब इसके बाद अपना पेपर एक्स चालू होगा.
ये मैच खत्म होने के बाद ये जो 3-3 चल रहा है.
अरे इसका तो ये दूसरा मैच है ना शायद. कितना मैच है?
अबे यार ये दूसरा मैच है. इसको जीतना पड़ेगा 100 Thieves को कुछ भी करके. तब जाके पेपर एक्स का चालू होगा. वरना वो जम.
तो इसमें तो कौन सी टीम को जीतना है? ये अटैकिंग वाली.
of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
RQ really having a tough time at finding the clean opportunities and timings that they've been looking for in the mid-round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfinity. Teams are very much in front of this, though. Just Cryo being left solo, retake on that B site yet again here. While the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good try.
खा पी लेता है जल्दी.
चलो guys.
साला. ये